Hello. How you doing? Welcome back, White Chat. Welcome back to the Brainworms. How you doing? Hello. Yeah, I got the DS version. I did. Before I think before I played a single one of these Ace Attorney games, I bought the Apollo Justice trilogy before the eShop shut down because Capcom was like, they're a couple bucks each. Creeper, a man, so we back in the mine. Got a pickaxe swinging from side to side, side to side. This task a grueling one. Hope to find some diamonds tonight, night. So we're gonna check this out. I didn't know if I was going to or not. Honestly, I still am not sure. Maybe I'll just pivot. Be like, actually, we're gonna play Tetris today. Hi. I'm glad that you're all excited, because I'm excited. I guess. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah. Thank you. This is appropriate. This is an appropriate hammy. Thank you. I did. There are 2 BTTV emotes that aren't working today. Hopefully for next stream they get fixed. It just takes time to chew on the pixels. But I did make the little Apollo emote. Barv ruled. And whoa, stick and hoop! Do they have stick and hoop in VR chat? I hope they do. I did consider calling him Bar Paulo. Because I was like, oh, Bar Paulo. And it does just look like Bar Pollo. And I'm glad that chat basically had the same idea. And starting soon. Yeah, so there he is. But I was like, is Bar Pollo not even... He kind of looks like a chicken. And I did try... I don't know anything about him character-wise. But I felt that for one, it was cute to kind of pair Phoenix as like Bar you to Apollo Bar me, and then also I did thank you. I did try to capture it. Kind of unintentionally turned into surprised Pikachu a little bit. Also, his little hair stalks are not as tall as they should be.
And it snakes and it snakes and
but,
it snakes,
you know.
but he keeps living anyway till he falls in a pit and he quakes because it's filled with snakes and
does on purpose legit. I leaned into it.
The number of snakes here is 5. I'm willing to wait for it. I'm willing to snake for it.
Me went over. Thank you. Me went over. So there you. Thank you. What the hell? Thank you. Let me get caught up on stuff so we can start this game because if it's anything like the other Shutakumis I've played, we have a fucking journey ahead of us, and I'm excited to get on it. But thank you for tuning in. I want a prediction. My God. Well, oh God. Well, we'll see about that if you want that. It does fit. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like at this point, I feel like I'm by no means an expert, but the Shutakumi of it has taken root, and so I feel like. I don't feel confident that, like, I know what this character's about, but I feel assured in the assumption that his protagonist is gonna be stupid. Because we're what? 2 for 2? Between Ace Attorney and Ghost Trick? As well as all the Ace Attorney... Oh, and, like, Professor Layton versus Phoenix 2. Just, like, he really likes his protagonist being like, I don't know what's going on. But I'm being confident about it. So... He's so fucking... I'm glad. I'm excited. And also, before anyone asks, I don't know after this what we're gonna do. Because I didn't know if I was gonna do these games. I still don't know. Because I've heard very mixed, extremely diverse opinions about parts 2 and 3 of this Apollo trilogy. As I understand it, Shutakumi worked on this one. And then he went on to Great Ace Attorney. So, I don't know. We'll see. I do own them. And also, people have brought up the other spin-off games, like the investigations games, but I don't have those. I don't know if there's any kind of easy way to play them. So that is also a big question mark. But yeah, we'll see. DD made me not want to play SOJ. Yeah, but there are a lot of recommendations, which I'll get to in a moment. Thank you. I have a recommend form for people to yell at me and be like, play this game. There are a few people that recommended this. A few people that mentioned the entire trilogy, being like, it's great. It's a wild ride. It has extreme highs and extreme lows, and you know that's fine. But we'll see. I'm just saying right now, as in the same way that finishing the crossover, I was like, I don't know if we're doing more. Now I'm like, I don't know if we'll see how this goes. Streaming is playing it by ear to a T. So, yeah. Very divisive, yes. So, Fontron, this game was favored in all the games, damn. Just look out for Case 3, yeah. Do I need to bring back, I don't know if I still have it somewhere. Like, damn, Case 3, am I right? It's only Case 2. So yeah, well, we'll see. Anyway, buying games costs money. Well, yeah, I do own this trilogy. I bought them because, again, when the eShop was shutting down, Capcom was like, buy all of our games. They're like $4 each. And I was like, okay, easy. And then Nintendo first party was like, everything is full price. And I was like, eh. But yeah, so I own this trilogy, but that's it. So as far as I know, the investigations games, according to the 5 seconds I spent on Wikipedia, were just on the DS and then ported to phones. And that's it. It's not part of any of the recent releases or anything, so we'll see. But yeah. Also, yeah, Takumi did not work on those. But people recommended them, so I'm like, maybe. They're not high on my list. I think I'd rather stick to the mainline game? I don't know. I just yell at me about stuff. That's fine. This is the 3DS port. Yeah, I noticed that it's widescreen, so I'm like, I don't know if the game is actually... Because DS games are obviously 2 squares, and 3DS was wide on... I don't know. This is all I've seen of the game. I've seen this, and that on the bottom screen, it says Japanese, and you tap on it, it does this. And you can switch back and forth. I guess they have 2 languages in here. And that's fun. I'm not going to play in Japanese, but it's cool that that's in here. Is objection in Japanese really just EA? Is that it? All right. Anyway. We never got Investigations 2 in the States. There's a fan translation. Skip all text. Yeah. Does that just auto fire text? Because I probably don't want that. Igiari? Igiari. Is that what he's saying? It sounds like EA. Objection! EA! Anyway, it's fine. EA. It's in the thing. Let me get caught up on stuff because there's 1 or 2 things happening. There's a prediction going, I guess, if you want to burn some channel points. But hope you're all doing well, and let me look at a thing or 2, so we can. Also, in case you missed it, I'm streaming from home now, and also since last stream, I moved my desk further along this wall, so now hopefully it looks about 5% less like I'm in a closet. And also, I fixed Bowser. I mentioned that Bath accidentally decapitated him. I fixed him. He's better. He's all better. He's back there and he's sad. He's just sad. But yeah, I want more beige wall. There's plenty of beige wall. Most of the frame is beige wall. Yeah, it was actually it was a puzzle. I had to, because it's like, his head got ripped out, but I was like, oh, let me just figure out like where the head went in. It's like, the head, there was no step where the head went in. It was sort of like built out. It was like a neck stump in the turtle shell torso, and then the head was kind of built. So it was kind of neat to sort of figure out like, okay, this is all the steps of build the thing, and then this is slot this in, then build this part and attach that. And I had to like kind of like take a few things apart to kind of. It was kind of neat. I've never broken a Lego and had to rebuild it, so it was kind of fun. Anyway, is this the real life hidden closet? Yes, correct. It's all secrets all the way down. Anyway, but thank you for all the excitement. I will get caught up, and then we're gonna hop into this game. First of all, this game was recommended. Thanks for the hydrate. This game was recommended that I stream by a couple people. It was recommended by Christmas4477, Smashmat202, Quincy Maru, Kevlar19, Flutter Ninja Sucks, Wait, What's My Name, Coop Blooper, Nick Knock, Nintendo Nitwit, Hydropales, and Zena Owl, Flitzy, Brainrot is Real and Here, Snow Beetle, Strike Like Lightning, Hal Pondo, as well as Hal P. Andos, and I don't know if those are the same people or not, Assault, Andy, Astro the Fawn, Arsenic Edward, Oh Hi Guy 101, Malinor, Gaiden Gravity, and Soreg, as well as 3 anonymous users. And also shoutouts to Team Nerd, who recommended I stream Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 because they wanted me to finish one of the Ace Attorney timelines before continuing with the series. So thank you for that. And also in between streams were some resubs and subs from Real Gold Star, Wild Gazebo, the Little Star Warrior, Malinor, and Daft Boy Trunks. So thank you. I had to. Thank you. I appreciate it. Why am I not doing that? I don't know. Does MVC3 have a story mode? Probably does. It's fine. Also, hi, Jesus Christ, the chat. Thank you. Milky Pork, thanks for 40 months. That was while I was setting up and going, huh? So Barry will just read whatever I put in here. I could probably use this to make him say something silly. Wait, is this thing already recording? But I don't want it to waste. I don't want to waste it on something self-referential. Thank you. Welcome back. Yeah, I reserve the right to not read your recent message out loud, for the record. That's not a blank check. Malinor, thanks for 23 months. Holy shit, it's happening. It's happening. Evbay, thanks for 100 bits. Time to do crime. I mean, judge crime. Where's the Ace Attorney, the inverse of Ace Attorney, where it's, you're not an Ace Attorney, you're like, a sex-crazed criminal, and you're just out committing visual novel crimes. Does that exist? What? Because you're not Ace. Isn't that just Ghost Trick? Kinda. Why sex craze? Well, I don't know. Is that the opposite of Ace? Maybe there's a better way to phrase that. Yakuza. Do any of the Yakuza protagonists know what sex is? Don't do sister like that. No? Well, my bad. Larry Butts is... Yeah, where's the Larry Butts spinoff? The investigation timeline. Also, some people said that I need to play this game and not play the other Apollo Justice games because this gives him the good ending of the timeline where he doesn't lose his mind. I forgot who it was. Someone was like, please just play this one game and let him play golf. And that was nice. Majima canonically. Yeah, there you go. French Bird 18th Century Lord. What is that? Yeah, the timeline's good. The more I play this game, the more I understand it. But anyway. Or where did I stop? Skyward Lee, thanks for 100 bits. I was literally just watching you finish Ace Attorney 2 on Friday night, losing my mind. My body's extremely ready for this. Hello. Thank you. Smashman, thanks for 100 bits. Been a while since I played this. Remember liking it while also taking issue with a few things about it. Be curious to see what you think of it. We will see. Kids on a Civ, thanks for soup. Right as I get home from work and get on my PC, I get the notification. Only game I don't know about. I'm excited. We'll see. Wiremouse, thanks for 100 bits. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist more Ace Attorney. Please enjoy this game. It's got great characters, some of the best sprite work on the DS, and my beloved tired son, Apollo. Yeah, I am also glad that they did just release the more recent trilogy re-release. And from what little I saw, I liked the remastered art of this trilogy better. The remastered art for the original trilogy kind of left a bit to be desired. It was like too softened in a way that I was like, like I'm really glad that I was able to play the original games on the DS because the sprite work is so good. So I'm glad I get to play even if it's I don't know if there's any difference with the 3DS ports. If there are, this is what I have. But yeah, it seems like it's better in the remaster of the Apollo games. Looks amazing in the new trilogy. Hate the original trilogy. Yeah, I maybe someday they'll do like a big, all of the games together and kind of redo some of the art a little bit. It just, yeah, it's not quite like AI upscale bad, but the way they did the shadows, just, it's like, those kind of harsh gradient lines works well with pixel art, I think. And then kind of the upscaled art just looks a little weird. Anyway. The trilogy thing released, yeah, like a month or two ago? I'm playing the DS versions because I grabbed those, but, Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. It released January 24th. Yeah, it's been a minute. So if you're like, I want to play along, but I don't have a DS, you can probably pick up the trilogy. It's out. Been out. You can't shout objecting to a remake. Does that work with this one? I didn't even check. But yeah, I guess we'll see. Arbiter Agent. Arbiter Argent. Thanks for 8 months. Thanks for the Frog Pogs. Carmine Gallo. Thanks for 9 months. Barry's about to meet the little lawyer that could yell. Yell? Pie Boy, thanks for 5 months. Mujaboni, thanks for 59. Ladyfish, 4. We so back. Impial, thanks for 8. Sorry it's late, but happy marriage. Thank you. Yeah, in case we haven't been yelling about it extremely loudly on social media, but yes, Bath and I did. We did a thing. We did, in case you missed, we did a thing. Hooray. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I don't want to start every stream being like, so guess what? We're still like, thank you though. Kiss to the thanks for soup. Man, I mean, I don't know in the Ace Attorney series if that wasn't clear. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Oh, yeah, I don't know about in the series. Oh, I assumed that's what you meant. if you're like, I know every video game other than Apollo Justice Ace Attorney for the Nintendo DS, I'd be like, I am fascinated by your brain. There's a lot of games. Dave, thanks for the 100 bits. I may be like 3 to 4 months behind on VODs, but I'm here for this. Live, thank you. Rival Link, thanks for soup. My boy Apollo. I know AJ isn't the most loved part of Ace Attorney series. Personally, I love this game. I might be biased because Apollo's my fave character, though. Was she? Ben Hacker, thanks for a year. That's almost a year. I waited almost a year to say that. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy your mildly Chris Skeleton Key. Tornado Owl, thanks for 69 bits. Nice. Time for more rational and well thought out detective work. Yeah, I wanted more rations. Ashimi, don't say you got married, you aren't married anymore. It's true. That's what they tell you when you get married. They're like, you have to say every single day, or it gets Uno reverse carded. Insta divorce. Jazz Fusion Dead Hand, thanks for subbing. Welcome. Enjoy the emotes. I did drop all the Ace Attorney emotes I've made. I say that, but I think is Barista still BTTV? Yeah, there he is. There he is. I don't think I put him up as a sub mote, but I think all the other ones are back. I don't know. I've made a bunch of them over the months, so why oh no? Cause every single one of these games has made me infuriated at one point or another. But I keep coming back for more, so I'm like, and also I guess it's because I know I'm getting my, it's like picking up, it's like going to the library and grabbing a book that's like you have to have a claw grip to pick it up. It's just such a hefty tome, and it's like chapter 1. It's just like, oh my god, what am I starting? So that's also part of the oh no. It's like this is not gonna be a one stream deal. So yeah, it was Cloudadelphia. Thank you, Pixel Genji. Thanks for 100 bits. You avoided exploding your wrist last month. Now you want to attack your vocal cords again. I'm in. We'll see how it goes. Thank you. Dr. Verbs, thanks for 30 months. But this playthrough is gonna be my test for the streaming at home to be like, what can I get away with before my neighbors start to complain? Because that's not the goal. I want to be a good neighbor, but also maybe this is the series that results in a knock on the door. We'll find out together. Dr. Verbs, thank you for 30 months. Enjoy your Ados key. I hope you realize how slippery a slope this is. If you do the second trilogy, then people are going to want you to play the Edgeworth spin-offs and the Great Ace Attorney games too. It will never end. I mean, eventually it'll end until Shutsukumi releases another game, right? Like a neighbor, I play games. It's me. Not the Edgeworth games. Well, they're not... My current priority, if you want to... My current attention would be towards the Shutsukumi directed games, which would just be these and then Great Ace Attorney, which is not nothing. I don't think any of these games are short, but we'll see. We'll see what we do. Do you think Barry would enjoy playing DD and SOJ? This is not a poll of whether he should or shouldn't. Oh, if we get that poll going. Do you think I would like them? Not should I? That's an interesting distinction. Gotta build. Yeah, I gotta build myself into a cage. Maxter, thanks for 5.5 years. Enjoy your Kiwi key, thank you. That's a lot. Soul Sasquatch, thanks for 33 months. Guess we're doing this. That's how I felt turning on my DS. Senator Servo, thanks for 900 bits. Thanks for the old hammy. I literally picked up the trilogy on Switch yesterday. Have fun. Thank you. You as well. Angel River, thanks for 31 months. Track Rock, thanks for 100 bits. I'm so glad this game is fiction and lawyers aren't real. Me too. Asher the Fawn, thanks for the hammy. My GF left for home country last night. I've been all sad and stuff due to that, but now ain't no way I could be sad. We about to be full of Apollo Justice brainworms. Thank you for this gift. You're welcome. I'm happy to provide some brainworms to replace the sad worms. I hope you are reunited soon. Smashbot, thanks for 83 bits. Hey, we're wide. So much room for emotes, chat. Over there. You can do whatever you want. Who gave me a sub? I don't know. Maybe I'll get to that. Trumpet Wings, thanks for 100 bits. I logged on so fast when I saw the Discord message. You're here to beam your peam. Let's go. Mr. Max M, thanks for 10 months. I'm losing my damn mind. You're in for it now. Is that a threat? Skyward Lee gifted a sub to Eves. There it is. There's Skyward. For your 9th month, welcome back. Enjoy your Ruby Key and a bunch of emotes. Kira Sally, thanks for 900 bits. Thanks for the old hammy. I can't believe it's not Phoenix. I just kind of assumed that Apollo is I have assumed that Apollo Justice is Phoenix Wright's like protege. I really don't know. I think I just assumed the entire time that he was like, I'm busy. Here, take these silly cases I don't want. I guess we'll find out. Don't tell me. But that's just kind of, yeah. 5 Leisure, thanks for 20 bucks. That's a lot. A double handy. My joy at seeing you play this game is unexpected. My day, or more accurately, night is made. Good evening. Thank you. No smilers. Only you could smile. Note Sandwich, thanks for 17 months. Hello, I'm on the last few hours of a game jam and I'm crunching. Good luck. I'm very excited and praying I'll submit on time. Thank you for being the stream I have on so I don't lose my mind. Let me lose my mind so you don't have to. That should be the tagline for my stream. Good luck with that crunch. I definitely want to... I really... Last year, I tried doing some, like, mini game jam kind of things, not, like, as part of an organized effort, but just to be like, I want to try, you know, continuing to make stuff. I did a lot of stuff in Unity last year, and then Unity exploded, and I'm like, okay, I want to learn Godot, but I have not even downloaded Godot yet. I've just been busy with other stuff, like moving home and marrying the love of my life and stuff like that. So hopefully now I can find some time to learn Godot and maybe try to do some little game jams and stuff, because that sounds fun. Yeah, Godot, there, yeah, right there. Yeah, I want to learn. How do I learn that? His wily ways. Download it live. Yeah, I'll just sit here and watch YouTube tutorials live and be like, huh? Huh? How does GD script? Huh? Thanks for the hydrate. I am genuinely, literally waiting for Godot right now. But first step, start being a misogynist. Way ahead of you. Step 1, get cool glasses. Also, step 1, don't worry about it. Wear a red shirt. Spooky Mar, thanks for 10 months. Congrats on the marriage thing. We love you, Beth, and all the cool people in our part of the internet. Daddy Phoenix time. Ugh. Is Apollo his son? Lame Babe, thanks for 53 months. Hey, Jack, don't forget to himbo your primbo to a streamer of your choice. Thank you. Sublove, thanks for a year and a half. My excitement is palpable. Trump Wings, thanks for 39 months. I was wondering why my bar ruled wasn't working. Turns out my subscription ran out. Welcome back. Thanks for the Prime. Argento Natsu, thanks for 46 months. Apollo Just Ice. There he is. He likes his beverages icy. Abzen, thanks for 11 months. Thanks for the Prime. Loaf of Brett, thanks for 65. Thank you for the Prime. We stand justice in this household. It's my favorite thing. Sadie, thanks for a tier 2 and 58 months. All tucked in for some nonsense. Bring on the Shitakumi story time. Bow and Arrow, thanks for 7 months. I played Apollo Justice a bit ago, and I actually couldn't complete Case 3 because I hated it, so I skipped it. But good luck, I'm sure you'll love it. Case 3, am I right? Jesus Christ. I guess we'll see. You can skip cases, or did you, like... I don't know if that's a mechanic for that, but or you just had a save. But anyway, Ice Cold Kalega Cole, thanks for 21 months. Achtun, baby. Lee Rugetta, thanks for 34 months. I Can Barely Swim, thanks for 4 months. I couldn't figure out how to enable my Prime Gaming sub, so here's a real sub instead. Oops. They moved where the checkbox is. It's kind of near the top now. They kind of reworked some of the menus for subbing. It's still there. It's just like weirdly not as convenient. It used to be kind of next to the sub button and be like, oh, use my Prime instead. Now it's like off to the side and it's fine. But yeah. Every case is Case 3 in this game, IMO. Oh, God. I'm in danger, aren't I? Wobble Scott, thanks for 44 months. Welcome back. Oh, no. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Adam, thanks for 12 bits. Chuck Dive Bomb, thanks for a year. Barry must be thirsty. A whole game of Apollo Juices sounds tasty. Also a year. That's almost more than a year. Thank you. Welcome back. Are there any jokes? I guess we'll find out. His name is Apollo, and of course I think of both the Greek character Apollo, but more accurately the meme of Apollo with the gift of foresight and the kid throwing a ball at him. I feel like, is that a appropriate meme for this game? I guess we'll find out. I have a Heathcliff emote. Oh yeah. He's there's Barthcliff and Barfield, and they're best friends. Had them for a while. I really like this game. I'm excited to check it out. Barry Dingle, thanks for 20 months. Who's a better lawyer, Phoenix Wright or Saul Goodman? I haven't finished Better Call Saul yet, so... Post the Gam emote. Go ahead and post it. Octopussy, thanks for a year and a half. Enjoy your very mild Chris Key. Stoked to see you continue. Now all I need you to play is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which are my personal faves. Music goes hard, and Ryu, best boy. Scar Lee, thanks for 100 bits. Additional hot take, Apollo Justice is some of the best mechanics of any single game in the entire series by making great use of the 3DS features. Yeah, this is the first one that was built for the DS. The Western port of, was it 2 or 3, added that extra, or no, it was the first game, right? Added that extra case at the end that used like the touchscreen and microphone and stuff. And that was cute. But yeah, my understanding is that this one was the first one actually made for, yeah, Rise from the Ashes. Music is killer. All these games have had incredible soundtracks. I'm so excited for that. Beta Per Se, thanks for 23 months. Yo, Apollo. Odysseus Odyssey, thanks for 14. Eat Your Hamburgers, Apollo. Cheese Master, thanks for 2 months. Okay. It's a very succinct recent message. Thank you. DJ, okay, thanks for 53 months. Villa, thanks for 4 months. Shout out from Vodland again, which I wanted to let you know. You introduced me to In Stars in Time, and now one of my fave games. Thanks so much, and back to VODs I go. Hope you enjoy it. Thank you. The state, Arizona, thanks for 3 months. Justice, you don't want some water with that ice or something? I mean, I don't want to deprive Arizona of water. It gets a little dry there, as I understand it. Thank you. Welcome back. Mzak, thanks for 14 months. Hold it. More Shutakumi. I have no choice but to tune in from Hershey Park. Oh, just waiting in line on your phone. Hey, thank you. Naota Kenichi, thanks for 3 months. After last stream, I went back and collected all my missing strawberries and am an unknown amount of progress into Farewell. My thumbs hurt. Thank you, sir. Good luck. Farewell is a beefy chapter in Celeste. It's really good, though, and the music is so good. Tommy Cheese, thanks for 20 months. Funny how you just moved out of the office and now I'm moving back across the country. Hope all your big life changes haven't been too stressful and that you're finding time for yourself. That's very sweet, and I hope your moves go smooth as well. Thank you. Yes, everything's good. I already have a drink. It also Thursday. God damn it. That's fine. Anyway, hi. Nah, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of this, close this. Don't need that anymore. That can go away as well. Hi. We're gonna, play the game in Japanese. I've been practicing my Japanese, and I'm pretty sure I'm fully fluent now, so I'll just translate it as we go. Objection! Alright, let's go. I don't know what we're doing, so let's do it. Pull me in. Turnabout Trump! Hey, low lights. Thanks for 50 bits. When I played this game, I was struck by how attracted to Phoenix I was. Huh? What? Huh? Okay, thank you. Let's go. Woo! I'm happy for you. Oh my god, it's Jowd. Detective Jowd. How much do they need to mentally prepare, chat? I'm assuming none. Whoa! Rad. I'm assuming no amount of preparation can help. Showdown time. It's Balatro. They made a Balatro reference. You lose. Arr! Eek! Looks like he just played his trump card. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him hard. No one knows who. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Oh. They got a little graphics upgrade. April 20. Oh my god, this game starts on 420. 9:37 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. Thank you for the soup. Eat your soup, Papa. Panicked. Palm sweaty. I can admit it. Nervous spaghetti. I'm nervous. Good morning. Good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. Look at my noodle limbs. That screeching noise, is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine. Wow, look at his badge. I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. That explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I overdid it again. Like the painting of the judge. Is that the judge? I don't know. It's got like an Edward Munch vibe to it. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. Edward Judge. There's drifting? Yeah, there's a Mario Kart minigame that in order to get from the lobby to the courtroom, he has to It looks like a 16-bit racing game with like the sprites flying at you. We can't let this case fall through. Did we do your poll? Hey, Gam, did we do the poll? I don't remember if we did the poll. Yes, I'm fine, sir. Feel my checking. Very handsome. Oh, one more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. Thank you, Gam. People might take you the wrong way. Neil. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney, and today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Whoa! Good morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial. Nervous. Meeting him. Cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help? So you're fine. I'm fine. Mr. Fine, is it? I wouldn't put it past this game to be like, no, that actually is my name. Had to speedrun emote only. I did remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney, and he's your friend, so why? You'll see. Huh? You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, his hat says Papa. It's time, shall we? Yes, sir. Okay, I need to focus. First trial. Here comes justice. Is that his catchphrase? April 20th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. Don't tell me it's pain. The court is now in session. Judge is looking nice and crisp. Maybe this is why the recent trilogy has better looking art. There was less work to up-res. This is already very high quality pixel art. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is spiky hair. I mean ready, Your Honor. Look at him. My mind's going blank. Don't panic. Too late. Your name was Mr. Justice? And this is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor, but I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Oh, he's so many frames of sweat. Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. What is his hair doing? It's like he's got normal hair, and then part of his hair is trying to do an attack of that one character from Fire Emblem they added to Smash Bros. That's got like spiral spiky things. Yeah. He's doing a yeah. His hair is doing an attack. Anyway, however, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes. Yeah, I don't remember. Anime sword fighter. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course he wants justice, but to entrust his case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. He's the best in town. That's why we all know him from the other games. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine. But does he have cords of steel? Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry I had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. God damn it. Yeah, no, this makes sense. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Where's that spin-off game? Mr. Wright, Like, you know how the DS had a Guitar Hero game where they had an attachment that slotted into the Game Boy Advance cartridge slot? And then you could play, like, they should have a little piano version of that. And you play as Phoenix. Mr. Wright, how could this have happened? I won't speak of it further, then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. To think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains. Now, like, a better look at... I'm like, his hair is just... Like, on the one hand, I'm like, I respect him not going for the comb over, but I think that would be better. Surely. It's every part of his hair. This is when you have the meme maker open for too long. All right, well. To think, I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains. Ah, Winston Payne, subtle as ever, I see. Ahem. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The borscht is to die for. The defendants, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer. Yeah, he was hanging out at the BBC, and he hit him, wham, on the head, smack, killed him cold. A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was? The pianist for the club, it seems. There was a pianist at the BBC? Phoenix Wright? A pianist? This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. We're buying that? Everyone's buying it? Rated T for teen. Got it. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice. The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. I have my badge. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. The court record? Right, I've heard of that. Oh god, we're so doomed. Use the court record button to look at the evidence so far. I got a badge. How long did I yearn for one of these? Just putting it on makes me feel ready. The time of death was around 2 a.m. April 17th. Death caused by single blow to forehead. Victim's name was Shadi Smith. What's the pun I'm missing there? Age ? Male. Died April 17th between 1:45 a.m. and 2:15 a.m. Cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blunt trauma to forehead. Shady. Yeah, you're right. Crime photo 1. The sub-basement at the BBC. Touch the check button. Yeah, he hit that bottle a little too hard. Pretty suspicious the way that he's fine. Deadly bottle. Oh, they brought this back, like from the old bonus case. Yeah, that's grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently, it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. Wonder how well it goes with borscht. I'm at the cork. Nope, none. The bottle's completely empty. Then why is it corked? Alright, figure it later. We have Christoph Gavin, boss at Gavin Law Offices, a first-rate defense attorney, and my trusted mentor. He's 32. Phoenix Wright, age 33. How old was he in the last game we played? I think he was still in his 20s. So some time has passed. Pianist at the Borscht Bowl Club, formerly an ace defense attorney of some renown. He's like, yeah, like 20. So it's been like 7 years. My god. That's me 5 days into the pandemic. Shady Smith. The victim in this case, a traveler only recently back in country. Hyphenated. Winston Payne, age 61. He looks good. The prosecuting attorney, for all of his experience, he lacks a certain presence. Right. Good. All right. What is this? Is this like an actual... Oh, that's the save button. Yeah, I'll save. I thought that was gonna be like a... No. That's kind of nice. You can just save whenever you want. Like there. I thought it was gonna be like a log to see like what people said. But anyway, I think it's shoddy. That's how I pronounced it the first time, but I think the pun is probably shady. Yeah. Tim, I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right, the court record button. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. So the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shady Smith fellow? We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor. A traveler? According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear. And he had some sort of connection with the defendant? That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Bosch Bowl Club on the night of the crime. If they'd only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing? That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime. Balatro, wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself. Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal. Objection! It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Were they playing Yu-Gi-Oh? Or Magic or something? That doesn't sound like poker. Come again? The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women. That will be our first order of business here, then. How do we impress women? To find out more about this fatal game of cards. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. Competition. No one likes blue deck players. Blue deck. Ooh. They're actually allowed to testify? Yeah, they get to testify sometimes. I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. Hey, thanks for that. Hey, Tiger! I hope you all enjoy the emotes. You can bar tension. I rest easy knowing that wherever Maya is right now, she's probably behind bars. Where she belongs. Is it? My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. Lie like a dog. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game. And our customers are happy. A pianist who can't play piano? Better than a defense attorney who can't defend. He defended so many people in court and won cases against you, Payne. What are you talking about? Thank you. Oblivion Tiger, thank you for subbing as well. I hope you're doing well. Really appreciate the gifted subs and the sub. I hope you're having a good. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. Thank you. In the original DS version, all the characters had their own original sprite work done. The old characters like the judge were imported from the previous games. So their sprites were super crunchy in comparison. That's amazing. So this is the 3DS port of the DS version. Did they change that? Because he doesn't look super crunchy. Is this like a version of the judge from a later Apollo game or something? Damn. Apollo can get it. Yeah, it's widescreen. If it was the DS port, it would have pillar boxes on the sides. I got new textures. Yeah, he's immortal. Wonder why so smooth. Yeah, it seems smooth. It was good. GBA judge on the stage, just super crunch. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it. Are you all right? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times, though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? What to do? Oh, that's a really good think pose. Oh, he's trying so hard to have a thought. Yeah, give me a refresher. Why not? Better safe than sorry, especially this early in the game. Yeah. Yes, teach me. I know nothing. Indeed. Your job, Justice, is to be mindful of the court record and the testimony. Look for inconsistencies in the testimony with what the court record tells you. When you found an inconsistency, that's when you present the conflicting evidence from the court record. But I didn't hear anything strange at all in the testimony just now. Good sign that you need to press the witness for more information. Press him? Don't let the fact that he's a remarkable man hold you back. Get more information. He doesn't look very remarkable. Isn't Mr. Wright my client? Well, think you can do it? Yes, thank you, sir. I think I can do it. I think you'd better, or we're gonna have a problem. Just remember, find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it. Inconsistencies, lies, Phoenix Wright. As if Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it. The defense may begin the cross-examination. He might lie a little bit. He probably doesn't even know how to play the piano. I'm a pianist by trade, but I can hardly play at all. What? We're back. You can hardly play? Oh, I play sometimes when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. Was that supposed to be a boast just now? The title of pianist is a mask. A respectable face I wear for the world at large. Then why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club? My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. But I barely even know her, Phoenix. We're 2 for 2. They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I'm a professional, after all. Bah! Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hardworking member of society like me to imagine. Yes, your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. What? I've played poker for 7 years in that little room. So it has been 7 years. And I've never lost once. What? You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. He's just playing with, like, a bunch of jokers that give him a bunch of molt. And he probably has that one joker that increases the value of that hand every time he plays it, and he's just playing high card every round. He's been done for 7 years. So he puts down, like, a 3 of spades and just gets 50,000 points. No wonder he keeps winning. I'm quite a draw. You've never lost once, not even one time. As I said, I'm a professional. He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once? Is that even possible? The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. I don't have anything funny to say in response to that. But, I'll just keep talking. I don't have a Bellotro problem. I haven't even raised the stakes yet. I'm still trying to finish a game with each deck. I only have 1 or 2 more. And then I'm gonna start raising the stakes, which I'm scared. I keep sabotaging my Bellotro runs. I get deep into a run, I'm on like ante 7, and then a joker I haven't seen pops up. I'm like, I want to buy that. Put it in my collection. And then I sell a good joker and buy it, and then it all goes to shit. And I'm like, eventually I'll run out of new jokers. I'm getting close. I mostly just have ones I haven't unlocked yet. But, The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction. It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. Black market? All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room. A smoky room. Gambling hoods, you know. Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. I want to commit a gamble. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. I thought that was a light. Is that a window above the bottle? Hey, thanks for the raid, Winger. Hello, welcome. Many words have meanings. Window light? The room had a few other tricks to it. We don't talk about that. Though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. Isn't that not poker then? That sounds like you're already not playing poker. Like, I'm not a poker expert. I just feel like that's not how poker works, typically. 2 decks of cards. He's having a thought. A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. Oh, you alternate between... Okay, no, that's fine. You're not shuffling them together. You have presumably like a blue deck and a red deck or whatever, so you know which deck is which. You just alternate all rounds. Okay, that's fine. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. It's a shame that this picture is black and white, so we don't know which cards are... Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor, each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we use 2 types of cards at the club. I knew it. I was like, Christoph keeps saying that the decks are blue, when why would he know that? Because the photo's black and white. I'm like, if it's 2 decks, it makes sense that they would be different colors to make him obvious at a glance which deck they're from. So I don't know if I'm sus. Thank you, Anonymous. Welcome back, Moobot. Moobot can bark yuck again. I don't know if I should be sus of Christoph, but it's weird that he's like, blue, blue, blue. And it's like, there's also a red deck? 1 deck was red, the other blue. As I recall, in poker, you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. How do you know about poker, Your Honor? Unless you yourself are guilty of gambling. Heh. Yes, a game of hands. Prefer the checker deck? The checker deck is good if you're going for flushes. This competition you're talking about, I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game after all. Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment that crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime? Now that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Is it? Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. I completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Hey, thanks, Benzel. Sir? Right. There's something I'd like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand, and I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Very well. The defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press, and I've got myself a whole new testimony. This court has no rules. The only rule is whatever the judge says. Yeah, okay. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Doesn't it have his prints on it? Bears the defendant Mr. Wright's prints. Yeah, it do. All right, let's press him first. Nuh-uh. Phoenix? No. Nuh-uh. France? Oui, Paris? Gay Paris? French? No. Okay, I'm gonna hit the button. Oh, it is Russia. Silence! The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law. But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage. And it's your job to turn that around in our favor. I'm making everything really hard for you. Alright, one sec. It's fine. Whoop. He knew like 1 or 2 things. Great. Like I didn't have enough to do already. Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony? Wait, something he said did ring a little strangely. Just one thing. Now, what was it? Always having a thought. When you figure it out, I'd suggest presenting evidence. Evidence that contradicts the testimony. A contradiction in Mr. Wright's testimony, but why? I better check the court record. I can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in a testimony. Isn't it a little early to be jumping to conclusions? This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press. Right, I got it. I'm fine. Time to listen to that testimony again. I really like the addition of, in the top right of the speech bubble box, it shows you where in the testimony you are. The number of times I accidentally skipped to the conversation at the end because I was like, was that the last one? That's very nice. Did I press on this one? It's just a game. So, you claim you weren't gambling. That's right. It was simply a game. You didn't bet any money, not even a little. The only thing at stake in our game was pride itself. Well put, Mr. Wright. I've got a mind to play a hand of poker myself. The stakes, your fate. Can we get back to the trial now? Thank you, Your Honor. I plead silence. I never touched the mirror. Yeah? No, no. So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon, this grape juice bottle, right? So I said. I'm sweaty. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? He. Oh, the hair flip. Oh, Winston still got it. Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. He yelled objection and every single impact explosion noise in the game played at once. No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears and our case. But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints are... Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints. You see, if you zoom in, it says, I committed the crime inside his very prints in cursive. Huh? But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down. Uh-oh. Upside down? What does that mean? It means he was holding the bottle inverted, and there can be only one reason for that. That slap bass is jamming. To brain someone with the bottle. And he didn't really brain him, he was just kind of sleeping in the chair. They actually toe prints. He used his feet to do it. Ah! God, these reaction sprites are so good. The little, like, settle in his hair as he, like, flip back. Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse. Oh? I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything, you'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case. I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason. Objection! Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported? Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright, but still that. Really? Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Is that in my autopsy report? That's not in here. That would have been good information. Okay, that's fine. Hey. Near the scene, it was a self-report. Sus, Your Honor, near the scene. Let's take a look at a diagram of the murder scene, shall we? Do Fink stop being a lawyer? Apparently. Oh. He is standing quite sussly there. Sideways on the edge of the table. Yeah, it's been roughly 7 years since the last Ace Attorney game. And he's been a pianist in a bar, in a borscht bar. And he hasn't lost a poker game in 7 years. And that's what we've missed in the timeline. Well, I guess he dipped over into MVC 3 for a little bit. Oh no, that's the alternate timeline, isn't it? The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant. I see. And this is the phone that made the call? Right cell phone out of the court record. He has not upgraded his phone in 7 years, hasn't he? The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose, yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he is being uncooperative? Yeah. Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being. Toyed, I assure you. No one is more serious about... What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is shrimply, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness. He. You're as good as they say you are. Someone else was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Is it Maya? Please. Oh God, please be Maya. Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. Tiny Russian girl. The witness will state her name and profession. Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness? I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. So I used a little hair gel. Relax, people. Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off. You are sure? I swear it on my gavel. Please come out. Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? Well, if you are sure it's okay. Now, the prosecution... Wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain the witness's, paraphernalia? Yes. She is a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade. And that would be... My name is Olga Orly. Oh, really? Oh, really? No way. Oh, really, Owl? How old am I? I am employed as waitress in Borscht Bowl Club restaurant. Yeah, really. Oh, really? The ancient texts. Then why the camera? New office? Yeah, home office. I don't know if it's actually meant to be an oh really reference or not, but... Wait, so that causes you despair? Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Ken. Oh, really? Auto parts? Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht that is naming restaurant. But I also perform, how it is said, other service. I take it one of those other services is taking the customer's pictures? Like, for example, this one. She had a color photo camera. Why does she have a better camera than the police? What were they eating, like jelly donuts over there on the right? Is there snow everywhere? What is this? What is happening? That's the defendant. Thank you for the bits. Indeed, on the night of the murder. Gonna have the budget. Budget cuts. Yeah, makes sense. Sorry, uno momento. Yeah. Oh. Will I despair for the end of case 1? Oh, that was the prediction. Yeah, fair. No, I am. I'm in the throes of despair. A man in white hat is one who has gone kaput. Indeed, that is the victim. Order, order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps. It is same way as I drop cold bowls of borscht on laps of customers. Casually. What kind of restaurant is this? Then the court will casually accept this new evidence. Olga's photo added to the court record. Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder? I was in room, the hideout, we call it. Excuse me, the hideout? It is room where famous gangster bad guy was arrested. Man, nominative determinism really is rough, isn't it? Is room where murder took place. What? Your look of utter surprise, it is lovely. I will post by courtroom door later for you. Photos will be numbered and you will write which ones you want copy of. So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga O'Reilly, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... really. Very well. Witness, you will testify to the court about that night's events. That's fateful night. That night, customers asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Did it have poison in it? Then, last hand is done. But something terrible has happened. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. Strangling? Not bottle. Incidentally, who won the game? Since it's obvious, the winner was the victim, Mr. Smith. Objection! That's a good objection. He got pipes on him. That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Justice, maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection. But he hadn't lost in 7 years. Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor, either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. Tell me more about the first time you lost a case. France. These are the poker chips as they lay the very moment of the crime. It can't be coincidence that our only wide shot is black and white. It can't be coincidence. The cards on the floor and the cards on the table are gonna... It's like a different turn of the game or something. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Looks like he's got, what's he got, 3 of a kind there? No, I can't really tell. He's got a full house. Damn. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith. Don't eat the chips. Chips, you say? I mean, yes, imagine that poker is war. They're playing a game of war. Your hand is your army and the chips are the spoils. I know that. After all, in my youth, I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3. We're the reason poker became illegal. I think he means poker face. Poker face. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Chip photo out of the court record. He was drifting. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. That fateful night. Let me take a look at that again. Defendant Mr. Smith at the Borscht Bowl Club. It's cold. It's snowing inside for some reason. They have bottles hanging out. I don't see anything immediately. Well, the chair that Shady is sitting on is very long. It looks like the chair's back, and then it's like very long seat that he's then perched on the edge of. I don't know if it's like a perspective thing. But anyway, that's fine. And then the chip photo. So Phoenix had, what has he got there? A 7 of hearts, a 7 of diamonds. They both had a full house, but he had 3 kings. and Phoenix at 3 7s. So, unless... Depends on the jokers that they had. If I know poker, and I do, I'm a Bellatra player. It depends entirely on which jokers were in play to determine who won between kings and 7s. Because, you know... Anyway. His phone... I can rotate the phone? Huh? What's this? Wow, the battery's being held in with a piece of tape. Oh. I thought it was like a note or something, but it's just... Yeah, I remind me to switch to this view when I'm doing stuff on the touchscreen. Yeah, he has an old Nokia phone. He's got it taped together. Battery's being held in with a piece of tape. He should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it. Or he just doesn't care. Damn, dude. Is there anything else to inspect? Yeah, nope. Okay. Maybe he's holding something in the battery compartment of the phone. Maybe. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. Das svidaniya. Kosmический привет. Da. Nani? Hello. That's good enough. You are dealing cards. Do you do this often? Da, I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. Borscht in their lap. Photo of borscht in their lap. It is my work. Will you wear wigs? That's more German than Russian, but yeah. It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. Welcome you to Borscht Ball Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitresses. Isn't borscht supposed to be cold? Or am I making that? I don't think I've ever had borscht. Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. It can be both. When will you eat borscht? It was cold. Both players played with hats on. Duh. It can be. That's the... Okay. I was gonna say, I think that's the joke, but I didn't remember, so I wanted to clarify. It's already April. How could it be cold? At the Borscht Boat Club, we have pride on authentic, rustic, Russian restaurant theme. That's why it's snowing inside the restaurant. Outside it is city in spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia. Because Russia doesn't have seasons, it's always winter. No way am I going there. When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, da? They serve the borscht hot. It's not a joke. Damn it. Not gonna lie, Wongo's place. I mean, to go to a restaurant where they have fake snow inside sounds like a good kitschy time. It just... I don't know. The victim. He plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Is there poison inside of it? Is he going to eat the locket and run out of the courtroom, chunching on glass? Is he going? Is he? Because he's done that before. I don't trust him to not do it again. His locket. Justice. Holy shit, that's good emote. I believe it was good luck charm, da? He gripped it many times as he played that night. Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though if it was small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. The defense would like clarification. This is a locket we're talking about? I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket? Of course, I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket's a locket. It doesn't matter. It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society. Hard of hearing or hard of understanding? So what happened next? Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, da. What has happened, da? What has happened, niet? I'm working on my... Something terrible? The defense will refrain from needless shouting. Sorry, I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing. Now, Miss O'Reilly, can you tell us what happened? Oh, I was so frightened. Duh, I trembled with fear. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. But the defendant would never do such a thing. Well, now, I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic. If possible, please refrain from embarrassing me. Oh, saying that with that smile is devastating. Still, why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker? Perhaps it because defendant has lost game? Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated. So it always is with men like him. Winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall. Go ahead, I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir, leave it to me. Only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, I've got you now, Orly. Probably the whole bit about strangling. Strangling him to death, huh? Well, the autopsy report says that he was bonked on the forehead. Objection! Oh, really? That is her name. Strangled, you say? That's odd. And I have an even Steven joker in my... I'll stop. Normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Miss O'Reilly, really now, did you witness this crime? Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything. Yet, it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Maybe drank too much... Oh. You're saying drank too much soup? Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. He's the Avatar. That's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit. Crime photo 2. But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim, his neck. Oh, really, Mrs. O'Reilly? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice, I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. Oh, what do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. There's such a thing as thinking too much. Is this Shu Takumi pointing at the player and saying this? Okay. Go on. This horse is dead, let's stop beating it. There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too. He was thinking that quietly, though. Stop thinking so much? That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. He plays whole time with hand on locket at... Wait, they're wearing his hat. So then how did he get a bonk on his head if he's wearing a hat the whole time? Is that thinking about it too much? I mean, he could bonk through the hat. I guess I should look at that photo. Yeah. He bonked him on the forehead. But the blood is dripping up? The blood is dripping up? So he was either upside down or laying down or something? No locket either. I thought they were saying that Phoenix had the locket. Did I misinterpret? Because he is wearing something around his neck. Wait. Can I look at the profiles? I guess profiles can't be evidence. Customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. They both play with hats on. The victim had a lock. You're right. Shady, not Phoenix. Because I saw that Phoenix was wearing a thing. So I just assumed it was him. But maybe not. Nah, it's fine. Is that? Lock it at neck. Lock it at neck, you say. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Objection! You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? Recall the oh my god, he knows how to read. Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, but look at this photograph. Every time I look, do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Dun 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 banana da 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 ba 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 banana ba ba banana. Do you see a locket? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? If we are to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. Unless it was a magic disappearing locket, but we're not playing Ace Attorney versus Phoenix versus Professor Layton. Are there witches? Are witches real? It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off. No. Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean the defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Defendant, what do you have to say to this? Say. Yes? I just noticed this, but you have something hanging around your neck, don't you? My first thought was that it was the locket that had poison in it, but it's a different shape. I thought maybe he got like a memento to remember his favorite case. Oh, you mean this? Yes, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. The Papa hat was real. The hat that said Papa is actually correct to his... Huh. I'm just gonna canonically believe that he adopted until I get evidence to support something else. Come again? Maybe he and Edgeworth adopted a daughter, because that is the best timeline. Mr. Wright, you have a daughter? We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. So Mr. Wright has a locket too. Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? Well now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder... Oh geez, Shrike, hope you're doing okay. Please get well soon. Perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game. Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost badly. Miss O'Reilly, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and defendant. Serious competition. The game began with 3,500 point-in chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game. As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow. How many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret what I done. A common tale, but true. Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. What's more likely? He hasn't lost in 7 years, or he got mad about losing a game of poker? Justice. The game began with 3,500 points on every man. What jokers were in play? I can't determine what their point total was gonna be unless I know if, like, what kind of mult they had. If they had, did they have the hiker to accumulate more points over the course of the game? Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game, usual rules. If each man began with 3,500 points, then the total would be exactly 7,000 points. Thank you, Vox. Enjoy your kiwi. Please, this isn't calculus, it's not even long division. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Duh. Of course. Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? No need. Press harder. Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips. Did you serve salsa? Explain. What is there to be explained? Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips. Not a chip off the old block. Not a motorcycle cop. Not. Thanks. Now that I've pressed her, I'd better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even? Yet, as I have been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Fish and chips does sound good right now. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. Oh. 2 types of chip. 100-point chip and 1,000-point chip. No, this makes perfect sense to a capitalist. It is not money, da. Justice? Sir, don't you find her comment interesting? What about capitalism? In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add to her testimony? Yeah, please. I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. I wished I knew where I was going with this. Very well, witness, if you would be so kind. Your Honor. I'm going to the last place untouched by capitalism. A courtroom. One kind of chip is worth 100 points, one kind is worth 1,000. 2 kinds in all. But which one is which? Yeah, which one is which? Okay. Space! Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why. Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. Hold on. Clearly the assumption here is that the big chips are worth more, right? What if the little chips are worth more? So then Phoenix would have, 410? And you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 290? Or whatever the math is for the value of each chip. If the small chip's worth more, then maybe those are dinner mints. Maybe those are dinner mints. Do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. I stole Barthink again. I gotta replace it with Barthink. Maya's thinking somewhere. We are not in kindergarten. Sorry, I'm fine. I better think of something to ask. And quick. His thinking sprite is so good. When he's like pressing his finger in and it's so, yeah. Oh, there we go, yeah. Those are so good. The 2 types of chips. Flour and corn, right? The small ones are 100 and the big ones 1,000. Right? Right, of course. Ha! Don't waste our time. Is that all? Yeah. Great. Mr. Gavin made me stop her, and now I'm the one who looks dumb. Oh, Justice? Please try not to embarrass me like that. Dude! My soul, who? Me? There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands. What? It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We're not in kindergarten after all. Calculation? The one who was winning, duh, it was victim. So I should use the photo to press on that, probably? What do you got here? You're telling me that Mr. Wright, undefeated for 7 whole years, was losing? Duh, it must have been most unlucky day for him. I am glad I did not take other picture of him. It would break camera, certainly. The chips, they went always to victim's side of table. So you're telling us it was a one-sided game? Duh, one-sided and... For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. Also, that's weird to me because wasn't this... When the crime took place, there are very clearly chips on both sides of the table. Although, she's implying that Phoenix had... He went all in. But it was one... I guess it's fine. Because she's kind of making it seem like the guy who died had all of the chips. But presumably, if he had all of them, he would have already been... Yeah, that's fine. I'm overthinking it. They're fine. That's okay. Yeah. What you got? If he's winning, he couldn't go on. Right. Last hand. It was largest points of any hand. The defendant's hand, it was excellent. He tried to use it to take victory from behind. It appears that both the defendant and the victim's hands are in this picture. That is truly an excellent hand, however, so is the victim's. One with highest number of wins, so defendant loses. The victim, Mr. Smith, had a stronger hand than the defendant and crushed him. I believe that explains what occurred next. Once cards laid down on table, it happened. The moment a loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and pours him a glass of grape juice. Pours him a glass of wine. We're getting to the bottom of the... Hold on. And what happened next? Even to think of it now, I shake and tremble. I did not believe such thing would happen. What such thing? Please, you must believe I had no idea. How could such thing occur? What such thing? Niet. The defendant had been hitting victim. I saw it all happen right before me. I saw bottle coming down on victim's head. Decisive, isn't it, Your Honor? My witness saw the very moment of the crime. Remember, your first goal is to gather information. Yes, sir. Look out, contradiction. Here comes justice. Alright, so what about one who was winning was the victim? But that's not what it shows in this photograph. That's not what it shows in this photograph. Objection! Ma'am. You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure? Objection! It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won, if you're not in kindergarten. Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points? Why, the big ones, of course. Duh. Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up. The totals? Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Yeah, I skipped that step entirely. Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see, 3 plus 1, carry the 5. They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small are worth 100, and you add them up, how much is it? Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. But why? How could this be? Exactly. Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right. There's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Starting points were wrong. Chip count was wrong. Both were right. I mean, do I get penalized? I kind of want to say wrong. We could probably afford if we explode from this. This calculation makes the answer clear. If the total combined points of the table was 10,600, then each man started with the night with 5,300 points. 5,300? That's a rather half-baked score at which to start a game. Justice, would different starting points really change anything? It seems the defense's objection was even more half-baked than the score. Time to head back into the kitchen. There's only one possible way to explain. He got more determined and his hair pointified. Yeah, both were right. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can only be one answer. What is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. What? Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness! Utter madness! Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it.
But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing.
Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. Oh! Exactly. That's not how math. If the small chips are 1,000 and the large are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. Wait, so he said the point values are the other way around, and he went, that doesn't matter, because he still had more chips. He only has 2 of the little ones. What do you got? Why are you still trying to be like, that changes nothing? Like, that's good. That's good writing. Ah! More is more. The victim had 2,900 points, and he had 4,100. Well now, it seems that Mr. Right was winning that night after all.
That's impossible.
My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning.
Yeah!
We haven't gotten him because his hair didn't explode. But we're getting him. Now, Miss O'Reilly, you must have known the true value of the chips. Since you were there at the scene of the crime, weren't you?
Eek!
What have against this man's hair? I just don't believe that there's anything left for his hair to explode.
Order!
It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. I mean, the picture does show him losing the last hand. So it depends on how much they bet, but yeah. We must now ask ourselves whether... I'm finding that some of the sound effects are weirdly quiet compared to everything else. Excuse me? What is it, Miss O'Reilly? I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see, see what, Miss O'Reilly?
What do we see?
In the last hand, there was cheat.
A cheat? You don't mean a trick? A ghost trick?
Wait, or do you mean a scam? They're all the same thing. Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why game ends with chips as they are. Great, just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case certainly has taken a turn for the interesting. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. Tell me about the borscht. Need for the borscht bits. The final hand. Maybe a turnabout. The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith. Is that a 1 of spades? Is that a ace plus 1 of hearts? Miss O'Reilly, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I got borscht confused with goulash. Screw borscht. Goulash is pretty good. I thought I smelled a cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience. That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. Mr. Gavin, what's a full house? Well, you see, when occupancy is at its maximum, lawyers these days, you don't know your poker? I can't say this bodes well for your case or career. Earlier you said they were playing poker and there were gasps from the gallery. And they're like, oh my god, they were gambling. And now we're being chastised for not knowing the rules of poker. What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring? Justice, you know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes? Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair, 3 makes 3 of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. That's a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You can see each player's hand in this photo. Wow, they both have full houses. We forget there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years.
You cheat.
The defense may cross-examine the witness. If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? And he's doing it all to feed his daughter. He's not a bad man, Your Honor. So what if he did cheat and lie for 7 years? He's got mouths to feed. The last hand, both men had full house. I don't remember the theme song to Full House. Just how hard is it to make a full house anyway? You've gifted us up. It is quite hard, da. Everywhere you look, it is making a pair and 3 of a kind at the same time. Thank you, chat. I guess that's right. Very difficult to be sure. You can take my word as the poker head of courtroom number 3. Very difficult, da, but it is not impossible. Okay, full house, hard. This line questioning, a waste of time. There is 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. Like an ace attorney to a king attorney? I'm having a really good track record with saying random shit into the microphone. 4 of each card, you say? Da. There is 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card. It is interesting fact that this number 4 comes from number of seasons. Is that why there's 4 suits in a standard deck? You don't say. Ah, and did you know that the cards are numbered 1 to 13? Add all the cards in a deck and you get 364 a year. No way. Huh. Huh. That's Hanafuda. You don't say. Isn't that 1 day short? Oh, yeah, I mean... Negative leap year. That's why each deck has 2 jokers. They say the second joker stands for the leap year. We're getting further from the... Thus, you have a perfect representation of the year, all in a deck of cards. Palatro. You don't say. You got some jonglers in there. We're gonna be in this courtroom for a year if it keeps going like this. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. What about it is obvious someone was cheating? What are you hiding in there? So they both had a full house. None of the aces are dupes. It's really crunchy, so I can't tell if... I'm assuming that that's a king of diamonds and a king of hearts on the other side of the table. What's the cheat? What am I missing? I don't see it. What's 1 and 13 added up? 14. Anyway, I don't know. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Everywhere you look. I don't remember the song. 3's company 2. 3 of a kind. Balatro. Balatro. Hold it. How was it clear? Well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace. A 5th ace? I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. What? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Not in the photo, ma'am. And Mr. Wright's 2. Obviously, cheating was afoot, or perhaps I should say, a hand. Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke. I thought it was a funny joke. The witness will add this detail to her testimony, please. I can't open Balatro again. Hold on, BRB. Opening Balatro. His hand was 3 aces, Mr. Wright's 2. It's 5 aces in all. I thought you said that every deck has 5 aces and then a couple of jonglers in order to equal the days of the week. So there's 7 seasons, 7 suits. Each suit contains 52 cards because of 52 weeks in a year. Numbers 1 through 52, and that's how you play poker. The jongler. Nice. Joker. A 5th ace. Ah, it should not exist, no! I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces.
And Mr. Wright's too.
Well, where did this card come from then? Perhaps we should ask the defendant that very question. Adding cards to a deck is no less serious a taboo than forging evidence in a court of law. Yeah. Now, perhaps it's time for you to say something, Justice. You bet. I have no intention of staying quiet. Not me, no sir. I better find some contradicting evidence fast. Next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed. Was it a ghost trick? Was Sissel there? Was he pointing? Do you recall what the men were arguing about? Duh, I believe so. The victim, he shouts, "You are a cheater," and then the defendant shouts something like, "I have objection." Yeah, I believe that. Shouting objection, eh? Old habits are hard to break. First he bluffed his way through the courtroom, now he bluffs his way through life. I thought that was Phoenix for a second. Objection! No, However, Mr. Wright lost the hand. That seems to cast the shadow of doubt on Mr. Smith. Humiliation from losing even when cheating. That is what set fire to defendant's heart. So what did the flaming defendant do next? You have to say it was flaming. He took bottle in his hand, poor Mr. Smith. And then he poured him juice. We went over this already. Happy belated Ace awareness. Yeah, that was yesterday, I think. Happy belated Ace. By bottle, are you referring to this? The defendant uses this bottle to... This behavior is an admission of cheating by the defendant.
Why use a grape juice bottle?
You'd be surprised at what can be used as a weapon. This juice is a recommended drink of Borscht Bowl Club. This year's vintage is remarkable for its hefty flavor. We're still talking about juice, right? Hefty enough to brain a grown man, apparently. I don't like them using brain as a verb. That's quite graphic. First, she says it was a serious competition. Now she says there was cheating. Justice, notice anything odd? Her testimony keeps changing. Now she says the defendants cheated. Actually, yes, I had noticed that. Let's get the truth about this cheating first, shall we? Right, leave it to me. The last hand, both men at full house. There's 4, the ace, the king, he has 3 aces, 2, the 5 aces and all. Nuh-uh. No. No, disagree. Objection! It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name... Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice, perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. Which particular point contradicts the witness's testimony? Oh my god, he's thinking so hard. I don't see another ace there. That's the king. Miss O'Reilly, in your testimony you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces, but as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2. Break it down. Oh. Court of law. Can't stop me. See the evidence. Oh. Ew. Well, but maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question. Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating all right, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. Brr. 2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total, right? Yep. The bailiff is nodding at me. Hardly proof of cheating. Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it, the 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts. Mr. Gavin, who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards. The cards? Mr. Payne? Yes? The players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request the cards be shown to the court. Very well. The prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards? If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more sus? Probably the victim. I think the victim was sus. It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would. Very well. Received evidence, victim's hand. Just his hand? That's it? Well, time's wasting. Get to it, Justice. Oh, hold on. Let me look at him. Yep, that's... I don't see an extra ace in there. Unless... Wow. Interesting. Actually, I should probably check it to, like, have it say a thing. Only one of the cards has a blue bank. I'm much more of a red guy myself. Blue is so not red, you know? That's... He's not, oh my god, evidence that the cards were... He's just like, not really my color. Well, that's fun. Thanks, Apollo. It is if you're colorblind. Yeah. Great. Thank you. Got it. Yes, sir! Okay. When examining... he's on the bottom screen. When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles. Try using the dials on the evidence viewer. That should give you a better perspective on the case. Okay, let's do this. I don't see nothing. Oh, I see something. What? Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards. The back is a different color. That's impossible. But I put that card in Wright's hand. Good. Great. What was that, Miss O'Reilly? Damn, if only we had stenographers in this court. No, I merely said, I have eek. Your Honor. Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend. A comrade, shall we say. Oh, that's cute. The dealer. Wait, so you mean this witness, Miss O'Reilly? She's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager. Order! Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. Of her mistake. Why would... Your Honor? Please recall the testimony we had just heard. That's impossible. But I put that card in Wright's hand. Ergo... whipping out the ergo. Miss Olga O'Reilly conspired to cheat. Not with my client. But with the... Jesus Christ, hold on. Holy God. But with the victim. Damn. Jesus, with Shady Smith. Woo! Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What? Wait, you don't mean the defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly, are you? Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident, and if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly, of murder. Is there a lobster in there? I saw there's something red as it fell down earlier. Couldn't really tell. It was a cram. I assumed it was a red broth, but it looked like a you know, the penis lobster from another. What was that? Was that game 2 or 3? I don't remember. Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly? I thought borscht is like a deep red purple kind of color. Not lobster cup, no. That was in game 2. They kind of blur together for me. The last case of 2, yeah. With the hotel. It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor. Mr. Justice. Dick Lobster real. Your Honor, it seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time. Right? I did it. I held out. I see no point in prolonging this trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries. Objection! Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. What nonsense is the defendant spewing now? Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous. Mr. Payne, you of all people should know, Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night. That was said before. The 2 decks of the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. And use different colors and they still got mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game. I see. But that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Yeah, me too. Because fucking what's-his-face kept saying blue the whole time. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards. Whatever. In the end, 1 card of the wrong color got into the mix. Which means there was cheating. Gavin. Christoph Gavin. He kept talking about blue. And I was like, that's weird. Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. In the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are 3 broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped. Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne, or it might not be. Yeah. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? Probably after the murder. Methinks. Cause he probably was like, you're cheating. What's the stupidest thing? The stupidest thing would be they weren't playing poker. But I think we're past that point. Because to me, what makes sense is that he was cheating with an... hold on, because the deck that... The hand that we have is a quote-unquote not cheated hand. Where it doesn't have an extra spade. They swapped out one for one of the kings. So, to me that implies that he was cheating with an extra ace in his hand that Olga gave him. And he was like, what the heck? And then he maybe bonked him on the head. If he was the murderer, that's when the altercation took place. Because he's like, what? You cheated. Because where'd that extra ace come from? And then he ran up to call the police, and then she swapped the card to be like, no, he didn't cheat. And then the police took the photo. like that. So I'm gonna say after. I don't know if, I don't think there's a penalty. I'm just trying to think through how I think things went. Perhaps after? What's that? Ridiculous! Hey, Nick Duber, have a good work. What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly. Silly. Yes, it's very silly, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible. Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible. But he said it was silly, and then, wait, so we agree? Even when the backs of the cards are a different color. If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Also, yeah, that's really obvious. Quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder. Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that? Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? Yes. A simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room, alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orley. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? It's probably someone else. Probably like a ghost. The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga really either. What are you suggesting? That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss O'Reilly at this point. Yeah, I know, but she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Yeah. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all this is. Fun? How about confusing? I've no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant, and wasn't Miss Orley, then who was it? Yeah, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. A new direction? We'll find that indeed after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. And that someone made two critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us the first one was swapping the wrong color card. Because the one who did the swap didn't know two colors of cards were being used. Someone who can't tell shades of red? Was Godot there? We can't do that again. The other mistake was the number on the card. It was a dog. The person replaced the fifth ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace after all. All they knew is that the game had been won with a full house. No, Godot's fine. Somehow Godot was returned. All they knew is that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist. True. Not until now. But you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. So I was right when I said that it was a mysterious extra person we hadn't heard about till now. And I was like, no, that's crazy. Though it's more than a possibility, there was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime. What? I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright. This trial has proceeded on one central assumption. Namely, that at the time of the incidents, there were only 3 people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. Oops. My bad, lol. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. I call the swings. Very well, the trial will resume in 20 minutes. 4:20, 11:52 a.m. Court defendant lobby, number 3. God, we just need this court case to go another 5 hours. or 4 hours and 50 minutes. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Well, now, I think you would know the answer to that. God, why is the OST so jamming? Being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Kristoff. Justice? Yes, sir. The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. I like that sprite for him, where he's just kind of disassociating a little bit. That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? You're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. That's picture my daughter in there. Oh. Is she a magician? I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. I was expecting a baby, first of all. Second of all, it's only been 7 years, right? I get. Well, I'm surprised you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago. What I did. Well, it's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never, honest, but it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Wanna know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. You see, poker's all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law? Yeah, it's all about bluffing until you get the result you want. Oh, now I see. Thank you for that, Vince. Victim didn't know Joker. Phoenix had a Joker game ×2 mult on full houses, and he got enough planet cards to build the hands level up to 10. He had level 10 full house? Damn. Yeah, no wonder he won. Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you can win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding. That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. I didn't even notice that. She only did that during the specific bits of testimony? Did you notice? No. Come on, who'd notice that? Words, habits, twitches. It's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? You need a Magatama, but you will soon. I almost forgot one more thing about this case. You should know I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. Well, I knew it. I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. My power. My power? I had no idea my courts of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. Maybe he's wearing the beanie because Phoenix's hair isn't all spiky like it used to be. And he's upset about it. And Apollo is the attorney with the spikiest hair in the city. And he's trying to regain the spiky hair powers back. That's probably what's happening. To be continued. Yeah, I think it was Godot when he swapped the card. That's a pretty good chapter, and or you know, save. That's pretty good. I don't know if any of them are going to be as iconic to me as the boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. That was real good, but let's go. His favorite streamer, Dan Jones, wears a beanie, so you want to wear it too? I want to be like Dan. 12:14 p.m. Yes. Well, technically, it's the 3DS port of the DS version.
Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga, really recovered?
Of Dan Jones. Oh, yeah, next Dan Jones and Dragons is going to be on Wednesday, by the way.
Your Honor, yes. Well, she's regained consciousness.
Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again? What do you got here, Tony? Yeah, no, this, yeah. Yeah, this, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, chat's gonna explode a little bit. How it started, how it's going. Yeah. He's going through it. I didn't know that he had a divorced dad arc. It's kind of great. Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again.
That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued.
He's turning into Shane from Stardew.
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne.
Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify
Or prosecute.
When Ansta and Karina talk about Hobo Phoenix, this is who they're... Okay. Yeah, Hobo Phoenix, okay.
The defense would like to request Miss O'Reilly take the stand. Very well. The witness will take the stand.
Hobo Hodo. Naru Hodo? No, Hobo Hodo. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession? Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poorer loser. Not.
Name's Olga O'Reilly. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quickfingers O'Reilly.
Oh, really? Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like O'Reilly. There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Is she a pirate? Gambler? Quick fingers, huh, Gam? She really said, yeah, really. No way. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see?
Let me remind you, you're currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences.
Fine.
You're that ninja.
Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy Smith hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress. You were working as a waitress in a cocktail bar? So you were in cahoots with the victim? Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. Yeah, okay. You swapped the cards! I was gonna say, I thought that there were only the 3 of them in the room, but they're establishing that there might be a 4th person as well. I'm like, there's no point to that unless there's witnesses, so... Seems like a weird play, but... what do you got here? Twitter.com/Ace Attorney Game. This was from, last week? The court has spoken. Here are your top 3 characters of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. I mean, technically it's got a spoiler because it shows the character we haven't seen yet. But it's probably fine. That's good. We got Miles, Phoenix, Hobo Phoenix, and Apollo. This is very good art. God, they're all so fine. Yeah. Capcom. Thank you, Capcom. The boys are back in town. Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it, it would have made a great double play. Who's that mysterious man in the crowbar? Who could that be? Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. When the boys are back in town. That doesn't look like grape juice. It better be.
Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins.
A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Don't think about it, just enjoy. Yeah, I'm not.
Oh, really? Oh, really? How droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. A mistake? I agree, the trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quickfingers, oh really? Oh really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Your Honor! No further questions. Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute, I'm bad, you hear me? Bad! When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court? And this time, try smiling more. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. What? How is he still have a job? The best laid traps. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. Look at that smug face. He's loving this. But the planted card was gone! The trap failed. Thank you, Red. I do like the idea of Miles jamming out. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith, it was that no-good cheating defendant. Maybe he was hungry for glass. A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you, perfect. If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking. Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice. With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? I like her like head bandana thing with the dice is cute. It's good. I didn't mean to say cute. I'm so sorry. The best laid traps. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. Oh, really? This planted card, which card was it exactly? A lot of heart in the wings, frothing at the mouth. The trump card, the 5 of hearts. That's the trump card? Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. At least that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend. Aha! That card doesn't exist. A 5 of hearts? What a folly. I slid it into Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course. While he was eating. Don't tell me he had like a hole in his pocket and that's the card fell out. Because that would be funny. He didn't figure anything out. He didn't scheme. He just didn't. He had old pants. At the Borscht Bowl Club, we serve borscht and suckers. Remind me never to go there. Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. His pants are all holes. His pants are shorts. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to, and Smith searched him. Did he check his pockets? Did he check for the missing card? Did he play a game of Balatro in the meantime and check if the... Like a good borscht. So everything went according to plan, or Kekaku. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud. There are worse things to be known as, I suppose. You're not helping at all. Tell us what happened with the search. The planted card was gone. The trap failed. Did you just call him Penix? That's good. The card disappeared. Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof, zippo. Thank you for the bits, Jasmine. My surname is Law, I'm studying to be a lawyer. My God, you are the nominative determinism. It's there. Thank you for the bits. We searched every nook and cranny, even inside his cute little hat. You know, when my ancestors first immigrated to the United States, their last name was Gramer, Gamer, and then they at Ellis Island changed it to Kramer. So I could have had the nominative determinism angle. I would have, could have been called Barry Gamer, but, you know, I believe that. It was actually Katzer. And they changed it to Kramer. My birthday's actually Stupid Idiot. It's on my birth certificate. Imagine. But the card was nowhere to be found, is this correct? Not very, yeah, my last name was Pogbones. It used to be, that was my middle name, was Ace Streaming. I got that changed. Pointless chat. Never in my long storied career. Ellis Island hated people, the Gamer Clan. Yep. You're, stamp. Scribbling that out, though. Never has Quick Fingers Orly been so readily duped. Oh, really? So what did happen to that 5 of hearts? Don't look at me. Why don't you ask me that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? So the 5 of hearts is still missing in action. It's not, it doesn't happen to be in the first photo we have. That would be quite funny. You can't tell. There's no way to tell. They're all too small. That would be good, though. They also established the tiny window early on. That hasn't come back into play yet. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. My full name, my legal name, Barry Coke Shaky Pogbones Injan. Hold it! No, wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing, which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well... What was that just now? I sensed something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? That doesn't have the same ring to it as something wrong, Mr. Wright. But I don't know what they could replace that with. Something unjust, Mr. Justice? It's not quite. It doesn't really work either. He needs to poop. Yeah. He's learning how to be a poker player. No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Press. Oh my god, I'm having a heart attack. You're hiding something, Miss O'Reilly. What are you talking about? What is she holding? It kind of looks like a Game Boy Advance SP. And that's what I'm going to think it is until I learn otherwise. What are you talking about? You! Oh, it's the oh. I forgot she was the same character as Olga, which is her camera, yeah. It's a thermal detonator! I hope she goes psh and explodes. What are you talking about, you? Me, Quick Fingers O'Reilly, hide something? Yeah, Olga's the same character as Olga. Who could have thought good? The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. She's doing the thing. She's doing the thing. I saw it when Wright hit him with my own eyes. I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? Bailiff, can we get a vibe check in the courtroom? That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? That she's not touching her neck. It's the detailed art. Holy sh! Whoa! What is this? What is this? What's going on? What the fuck on the touch screen? Is this a horror game now? What's going on? This sensation. It's coming into focus. There, that twitch. It's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habits like I couldn't before. There's a big perceive, but chat, don't perceive this. This is just like Manfred von Karma with his bullet wound itch. Gotcha! Gotcha! Miss O'Reilly, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself? Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Why is he going along with this? She scratched the back of her neck, Your Honor. That's highly sus behavior. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us? Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her of the moment of the crime? Miss O'Reilly, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an inerasable impression on your neck is this. The bottle? What else could it be? Even. Did Phoenix bonk her on the back of the head? Huh? Maybe it is my badge. Okay, fine. Sorry to disappoint, but I don't have any particular memories of that. Why not? I've showed you my badge. Please respond. No, that must not have been it. Of course not. You want a habit, Mr. Justice? I'll show you a habit. Aha, aha. I better get this sorted out before I develop a habit of my own. He does. He presses his forehead when he's trying to put a thought in there. He's trying to manifest a thought in his brain by pressing on the point where he wants a thought to form. Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her of the moment? The moment is this? Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon? But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit, not you. No. The neck of the bottle. This is a cross-examination, not a wild conjecture. The witness's habits, they're completely irrelevant. Justice, I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later, just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Miss O'Reilly, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. Yet I am knowing nothing. We know you're not Russian. I'm rushing to get a verdict. The witness will testify, please, now. Bah, fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. Is that... Yeah. How come you didn't call the cops then, huh? Why didn't... You should have done it. Or you could have, Did you, What? I was literally reaching over to press the button, and then that worked. You seem uneasy. You try sitting up here. Our eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Like a borscht. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at that table until the cops came. Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So what do you think about her testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is... It's good. Solid. It's pretty good, really. I'd be upset, too, at the scene of a crime like that. Yeah, I can picture my mind going blank, staring listlessly. Yes, I am picturing you doing that right now. Oh. As for our defendant, he is an experienced trial lawyer. He's seen a lot in his day. He's the one who did it. Different personality, but the same testimony. I believe you have her where you want her, Justice. The circumstances have changed, yet her testimony is not. That means there's got to be a contradiction in there. Coin. Me? Having a thought? I never. So what is my... What is my... Then I planted the card like I was supposed to. Right, lost the hand like he's supposed to. Smith searched him. The card was gone. He picked up the ball and swung it. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him on my side till the cops got there. Do I have it as evidence that he left the room to make the call? Or just his phone? Yeah. Yeah, no, there's, I'm just gonna present the phone because he called, he had to leave. So you couldn't have looked at him if he was... Nani? Phone ejection? Objection! Miss O'Reilly, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by report from the defendant. And we know the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. Yak. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. It was the lobster. It was Dick Lobster. Spider-Man did it. Showdown time. You dirty cheat. Check his pockets now. It's gone. The card's gone. He ate it. You lose. Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right, and he hit me. You, some master of cheating you turned out to be. Oh, bam! Shabam! And then he fell asleep. When I came to, the victim was already dead. Is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Well, where does this leave us? Madness! This is madness! I'm dreaming! It must have been me who was hit with a bottle and I'm imagining all of this. It appears our prosecution is at his wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin? Sir? I believe that, as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss O'Reilly a big fat liar. Which is, of course, legal speak. What? 3 were in that room the night of the murder, the defendant's victim and her. And she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled, the witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument is murder. What? I did it. I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. Yeah? So tangled we catch ourselves in the process. Mr. Wright! Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. And that person was you! Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder, and the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. A 4th person. Ha! Ha! You violated the law. Is this theory again? Your 4th person doesn't exist. Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. You know, the court system that's fundamentally flawed in a way that has constant ramifications for the legal and justice systems in this world. That's the perfect place. You got it. Except for the last 3 games. Ignore those. And the spin-off game. Ignore those. Other than that, the perfect place. The real criminal. And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What? Was I right to be sus? Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Sorry. Remember what I said. The 4th person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there is one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was? It's not me, I swear. Who is this 4th person? Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? I did think it was weird. I just didn't. I didn't think it was gonna be this important. Obviously it was the dead man. Obviously it was the deceased man. He spoke in court earlier and said it was blue. It was me. I did it. It was me. This is why you only drink 999,999 cups of coffee a day. It was chat. Take chat. Take that! Apollo, do you seriously think that? I think I'm seriously confused. I'm seriously sorry. That didn't go well. The dead man did it. Stands there sweating. Well, it can't be helped. I almost missed it myself. But it doesn't do anyone any good to turn their eyes away from the truth. Does it? Kristoff? Oh. I thought they were gonna let me have another... They're just like, you didn't figure it out, it's fine. Moving on. Is he asleep? Mr. Gavin? You don't mean... Kristoff, Gavin. You were the 4th person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table. But look, you can see the colors in this photo. Ah, but as you see, there's a deck that's blue, but that's not the deck they were. Oh, that's quite clever. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. It is true the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. It was only that, a game in the purest sense, a competition. A competition? A test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards that backs wreathed in blue flame know its final outcome. From the first moment he said blue, I was like, that is strange. Well, Kristoff. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin, is something the matter? No, nothing. Excuse me, it was so sudden. Right? You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Kristoff? You know even I'd never take a joke this far. This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder? I assure you, I'm quite sane. Look at my hat. What possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim? I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met. Well, what if they have? Huh? There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin! Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss O'Reilly. Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. Okay. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony? There's no need, Your Honor. As much as I'd like it to, I guess the testimony isn't related to the case per se. You heard what the judge said, Apollo. It's your decision. Yours. Justice, you aren't seriously considering... I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. It's not relevant. Let's move on with the case. But now we've gotten this far, we might as well go all the way. The defense would like to request Mr. Wright testify to the court. Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. But thou must. Now let me pick bad options for fun anymore. Well, they are. It's just not going, okay, now try again for real. It's just being like, you're wrong, moving on. I would assume that future cases, they penalize you for being wrong and that there's probably actual consequences and stuff. But anyway, appetite before murder. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Oh, did he? Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder. I dined with him rather frequently. And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder? Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice, sir. He's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. He's so sweaty. Why can't I have a normal trial? Appetite before murder. That evening, we had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Did you have a borscht? Did you dine on borscht? Did you? Hold it! I'm literally giving up and reaching, and it's like, no, that's good. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl Club quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot. As usual. Usual. I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting. So the plates and such on the table were from your dinner? Indeed. The remnants of my meal with Christoph. We dined for 2 hours, then Christoph left. After that, Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. 5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time? That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. Hee. Oh, Mr. Wright, what was it you said? Christoph Gavin and Shady Smith may have met? I believe I did say that. Here I was all nervous about this meeting, and now we hear they just passed in the hall? That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder. Oh, it would be, if that was all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? He just loves the drama. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga O'Reilly mentioned. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in his pocket beforehand and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search right. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards! Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Yes, a harmless prank, in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. A quirk? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Wow, there was a pretty glaring problem with their trap then. If at any time during the game he could have just reached his hand in his pocket. The card she planted! Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. Wouldn't it be better to either like tape it to the inside of his pocket so he can't easily grab it, or even better yet, don't give him a card and just slip it into his pocket and just pretend and be like, oh my god, look, nothing up my sleeves, a card? Like, why? Alright, it's fine. I snuck a peek at it. It was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. He aided it. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I'd been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. An empty bottle of grape juice? The murder weapon? That's why his fingerprints are on the bottle. Why are they upside down, though? I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see. A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama. A card inside the murder weapon, that's strange. Is this your card? Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits. A very good show. Please revise your testimony with this new information. Yeah, I was able to look at the bottle before, and they wouldn't let me open it or look inside, but maybe they'll let me do that now. Yeah. Or not. Bottle is completely empty. It's completely empty? Completely empty. Grape juice. Maybe I gotta shake it. Yeah, it's got Half-Life Alyx physics in there. Well, it says it's empty, so I think he aided it. There's a shot during the game that disposed of the card in the bottle. You sure about that? Someone must have drank the card. Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew it was coming. Hello, so you struck first. I like that. I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. At least when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket. They don't. Girl was knocked out cold. Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. Sending out an SOS. Little police humor. The band. You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at that time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. Yeah, I'd say. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That joke was so bad it stings, thank you. And when you returned, the victim was already dead. Yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in. A little? He was bleeding from his forehead after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. He could see the blood? That's when I made another phone call to Defense Attorney Gavin. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. and I figured Kristoff's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him now. Yes, sir. I have to think. What's Mr. Wright trying to tell me with this testimony? He's signing to me. Lie like a dog. The truth has to be in there somewhere. What about the blood? What about the blood? The blood. Wait, not that photo. This photo. This photo. How come you saw the blood if he had a hat on and he was wearing a hat and his head was tipped back and then the blood was like dripping up his head, not down his head? So I don't see how it's possible you saw the blood when you walked in, Phoenix. Unless he has some kind of x-ray vision, lets him see through hats and only hats. Because if he had full x-ray vision, you'd see the skeleton, not the blood. But he saw the blood, but not the hat. Yeah, and what about that? Objection! Mr. Wright, if I may. Hey, Dan. How you doing, Dan? Look, Dan, he's wearing a beanie because he's a fan of twitch.tv/cause I'm Dan Jones. Right? Yes. Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. That's me if I was handsome, so that's just you then? Good point. Justice? Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? Ah, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. You? You put the hat on the dead man's head? He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view, shining bright, just like in this photograph. And I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head. Why'd you do a thing like that? All I can say is, oops. But that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So Miss O'Reilly didn't see it. It being the victim's, his head. I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Pardon? It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? We did reset the table of the photograph. He walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. They discovered the trap. Dispose the card in the bottle. Yeah, but did you though? Yeah, but did you though? Objection! Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. I've examined the bottle, and I don't see any card in here. No? Oops. What, Mr. Wright? Surely ... isn't all you have to say for yourself. I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Perhaps a 5th person came and took it out. Oh, and a 6th person could have helped. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor. I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing. So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin, this witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Was it taken from him, or did he drop it? Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled, I haven't told a single lie here. When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. A reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, I recall that I spoke with Defense Attorney Gavin after calling the police, just in case I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Kristoff, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him, hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china pate? Is it pate? It wasn't you, was it? Me, please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Nick with the receipts. He was a lawyer. Bone china plate? A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny. And not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. So he saw his head too? How did he know he was bald? The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead. Not pate. Wait a second, something's not right about that phone call. So, after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club? Most certainly. Then, how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate? Oh, that's right! Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene, and when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court. Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it, Phoenix, right? Phoenix? Or should I say Penix? For order, I will have order. Mr. Payne? Yes, Your Honor. I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear Defense Attorney Gavin's testimony? Well, as the prosecutor, Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes, after which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well. This will be the final recess for the day. I call the seesaw. 4:20 at 2:32 p.m. District Court, Penn Lobby number 3. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who would have thought today would turn out like this? May I? One more for kickball. Huh, what? Huh? Are you the magician from the photo? Hello, sir. Please, pick a card. It's not really a good time to do a card-based trick. What's all this about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. If this is the 5 of hearts, I'm going to snap the DS in half. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. A trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all. An ace. Where do I remember that card from? Got some ketchup on it. It's got a red seal. It's an ace of spades with a red seal. Let's go. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces and Mr. Wright's 2. It's 5 aces in all. It is true. I've seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating. I swear to you. What are you talking about? There's no red spot on that card. The missing 5th ace. Wait, this blotch of red. Is this blued? You have your trump card, now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. Why is Phoenix's daughter a magician, and why is she older than 7 years old? This blood-stained card is my trump card for finding the truth. She spilled a little bit of borscht on it. She's Bo's child too? There's my beautiful daughter. I fell deep in the thought as my mind raced to understand what all this meant. That girl, I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection. The locket. She used to wear a pink hat and cloak, but no longer. Evidence received from a mysterious girl. 4:20, 2:45 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. Your hat is now blue. Court will now reconvene. Bloody Ace. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Yeah, that wasn't nominated, it was Shion. Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. Will the witness state his name and occupation? Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. How do you get over there? Mr. Wright! What do you think you're doing, Wright? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. Yeah, he just climbed over the desk. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit. Oh! When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, not even a lawyer, no. He's yeah. I definitely picture him vaulting over, but like not making it halfway, and like his leg is caught sideways and he has to kind of clamber over and he's fine. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to be at the scene of the crime, at the time of the crime, or have a prior history with him. In other words, you'd have to be the real killer, is what you're trying to say. Not bad, Apollo. Yeah. Mr. Gavin, I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court. What? Well, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Lying in court in this series? Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation I see little reason to hide anything. Very well, allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. This was your first Ace Attorney game and all the Phoenix stuff was very confusing. I believe it. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night? The rage I sensed in that man during that night troubled me. So I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead as he appears in the photo. A bald head and unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Wright. So, you witnessed the murder. For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team? Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. Yeah, but he's being accused of being the murderer, so like, what is he gonna do? What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright, you had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? I'm starting to think that Phoenix murdered a man. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared? Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. Window of opportunity. It's pretty good. The rage I sensed that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. What were you doing in the club? Were you eating a club sandwich with a deck of ace of clubs? You going for a straight flush, royal flush, Balatro in the club? Club sandwich. Hold the mayo. Extra mayo. With some bacon. On a sandwich. Triple decker sandwich. That man, you mean Mr. Smith. He was different from the other customers, his aura, shall we say. The vibe was in shambles. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that. So then you knew the true nature of your client's job? Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I see. What happened then? I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. The little window! You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The black marketeers used it, I believe. Why'd you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes. What if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least. So far everything you're saying makes sense. It must have been right after the murder took place. How do you know it was right after the murder? Really, no need to shout, Justice. I was just getting to that part of my testimony. Ah, there he is, the coolest defense in the West we know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. With friends like these, who needs enemies? I love that face on Apollo so much. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene? Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat. Can you describe the scene of the crime for us? A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. Those were the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw at least. Then we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police? 2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice, I just said I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah, yes, this mysterious fourth person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question, then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary? How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the 5th ace. The 5th ace, right. Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Can you point to a reason? It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out. Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the 5th ace? This... A single drop of blood marks the front of the card. How did blood get on it though? Because the blood was dripping up his head and then... I guess it's the Ace of Spades. The Ace of Spades. Take that! My reason is, this. Is that an ace? Why, Why, it's got blood on it. Right next to the spade. What? This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why? Could this be? Could this be the missing fifth ace? No, it's just grape juice. Inconceivable. How could you? Oh, he's having a time. He's got a little bit of a nervous tick there. Or maybe he's just chewing gum really fast. What are you doing with that card? Well, a little magician handed it to me. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are a stock and trade after all. No, impossible. Unacceptable. The courts can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood. Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Right, regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. He's good. Well, what are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now, I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see. This is baseless conjecture. Baseless! The two rules of evidence law that have never come back. Oh, he point! I assure you, it's quite oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I see. He's okay. That's pretty good. I feel like I've probably seen this screenshot somewhere. Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. Thank you, Phoenix. Oh, what? It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. That's why it's funny, is because based was not slang when this came out. It was based on your cringe. Judge, bang the gavel. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime. In your head. It's all fuzzy. Yes, that's your imagination. It's bad. Imagine it better. Whoa! 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 The murder took place in the hideout. My imagination's 3D! Phoenix, it's working! The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. Turn the 3D slide up, and before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there's one decisive problem with this scene. But what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? Me when I Well, I just think it's weird that his head was back, the blood was dripping up and down the back of his head, and yet there was blood on the card. So I want to say it's the victim, because he should have been either in a different position for blood to get onto the table, or the cards needed to be on the floor, or the victim got moved, yeah, or just, you know, yeah, something. But I'm just trying to think, is there any other person who being in the wrong? I think it's just the victim. He's having a thought. Me? Have a thought. I'm gonna save it. I mean, we get penalized if we're wrong, but we can afford it. I can't imagine this case is gonna be that much longer. The guy. Yeah. Isn't it the victim's position that's the problem? I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Oh, well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Take a look at this photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards. Why, that's right. So, what does this mean? You'd have to have your head really tilted back for none of it to go. It's gonna get more morbid the more I think about it, but like, for it to just be a single line, you have to be like really far, whatever. Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. Maya spin? Recreate the, really? Oh, the chair was facing the other way! It would have to be. Wow, I'm loving these 3D diagrams. We have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing, stop spinning. The victim's chair was facing away from the table. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing? When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know now the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction. Again? Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location in this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? If he was facing the wrong way... Just kind of want to jam out to this. Could it be that what number 2 saw was different because it would be a different angle, but also if they hit him on the front of the head while he's facing around, he couldn't have been across the table from him. Additionally, too, he would have to be closer to him. But granted, even if he was facing this way, I guess he could reach across the table to bonk him, but a good thinking. I'm doing a think. I don't know if the witness changes anything if he's I'm just gonna try killer. Yep. The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front, sitting where his indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yes. But what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game? I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light. What? There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo. There's like Gumshoe with his finger on a record player, like, huh? Grab the needle, put it back down. Huh? Okay, we're done? No, back to the diagram? Okay. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. What? But there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry, let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Done. I don't remember. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? I mean, like over here? Theoretically, couldn't it be either side? Or are they saying that they'd be standing like in the wall? I don't, what's the side, you're hitting someone with a bottle. You could hit them easily on the front of the head. Forget everything. Forget everything is then no clipping through the wall. The killer had to be standing, here. You get points for flair, but that's about all you get. I thought I was onto something there, too. I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Or are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? Ha! It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at that very moment of the crime... Wait, I know. At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. What's this now?
He thinks there's too much of this case. He's presenting too much evidence and playing this attorney too much. I mean, I don't mind it. It just kind of depends on where it's going.
My biggest issue so far is that we haven't really had Apollo able to be much of a character because he's just in Phoenix's shadow, but I'm still seeing where it's going. I mean, that's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin?
He acts like a different person.
It's been 7 years. He's been playing nothing but poker in a basement, eating borscht. That changes a man. Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard.
Your Honor?
What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best.
I like that Apollo's kind of got a little bit of... He's like, I'm going to shit myself.
But let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here, which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard.
Why
Thank you. We're imagining. What do you mean, thank you? As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been as shown here. They did go out of their way to establish the location as being a place where black marketeers would do shady business. So this isn't complete. The fact that the cupboard probably slides out of the way and reveals like an escape passage kind of makes sense. But I hate it. The power of the Nintendo DS in the palm of my hand. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. If I was the judge, I'd be throwing him out of the court, right? Like, what if we imagine everything was different? Oh no, this breaks everything. What if the cupboard, what if that, and then before you know it, it's like, oh, he wasn't murdered, he's fine, see? Like, what I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Oh dang. Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness?
Why, I would dare say it's probably the fact that if the tiny window's covered. How convenient! There's no way he could have seen. He had to have been the killer. This is bizarre. This is ridiculous.
About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved?
Sure, why not?
Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. That's right, someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What did you say?
Fuck, we're already been this far. We are so many steps into assumptions.
Oh, is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor. Order, this is a court of law and I will have order. We just now received word from our investigative team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They have examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. And what did they find? Well, Your Honor, you're never gonna believe this. It's just a normal cupboard. And there's a secret passage behind it. Ah yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I remember him saying something about that now that he mentions it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? Imagine! Use your brain. The other side connects to the restaurant above. That's not a very good secret passage. It's just the stairs. If there were police storming the restaurant, they'd probably have people watching the front and then going down to be like, well, we came through this. We don't, that's completely different. These stairs are others. We don't know the guys downstairs. And can get away from the cops and enjoy a nice cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Now the borscht is cold! Just like our killer. Cold borscht. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? You say simple that we assumed that there was a secret passage in the room. And that the one tiny window was blocked because of imaginative 3D rendering. I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. Who was she? At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for the few minutes between his murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. Eek! What? Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Miss Olga O'Reilly was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout. God, I didn't know how badly this game series needed really low poly 3D models. But it's so good. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look and... oof! After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the... He would have bonked him on the head and gone, oh, oops, let me look around past him. And then, that seems fine. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. What if he just put the card on the floor behind him? And then it made it seem like cards were moved around in a struggle, or... Yeah, why not destroy it? There's so many... Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor, and the fact that they were all red. Also, what happened to the 5 of hearts in the bottle? If someone drank it, I swear to God. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly, truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. You drank it? Why'd you drink it? Excuse me. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne? Yarg! Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all sus. Gwark! Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately. Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. I do what I can, Pike. I've always sneezed into either my elbow or into my shirt, because sneezing in my hands is just like, yeah. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion? This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. You want me to sneeze directly? Just grab my webcam and sneeze on it? What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence? Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course. This bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne? Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were upside down. I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court and this case demand an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down. And that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor. See how the codfish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo, yes? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that. Yeah. Just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to gulp? Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words? It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions indeed. Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Gavin said that the court and this case demand an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done. I hate how many catchphrases he has. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down? I don't know, man. Maybe it's because I have an attorney's badge. I can. Ooh. What? Examine. There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Good. Proof that I'm an attorney. 29003. To tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it. Your Honor, I am allegedly an attorney. Autopsy report. On the forehead. That's fine. Crime photo. Bottle's on its side. Maybe he grabbed it bad and then flipped it up. And the bottle. Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. Yep. And it's empty. I didn't see another part of it. Yeah. I don't think there's another part I can examine. Crime photo 2. Let's see what that's to do with the bottle. Upside down. His phone with the battery compartment taped. I don't know if this is actually important or if it's just meant to be kind of silly that he has it taped up. Okay. Alright. Her photo. Would he have grabbed the bottle upside down? Probably not. Yeah. Chip photo. Bottle's on its side. Why else would he grab the bottle upside down? I don't know. I don't know. His cards. That's all we got. The bloody ace. What am I missing? I don't know if I'm missing anything. I'm not putting something together. He's a wino. Maybe he's a grapo. Pretty sure on the grape. I haven't played the game. That it's like either he picked it up from the thing weird, but then why would his It's not. They're asking why his prints are upside down, but also if someone else used that bottle, why would their prints not be on top of his? Like, why would his prints be the most obvious and not be like, oh, there's multiple sets of prints on here? But then if he picked up a bottle, how would they know it was his bottle? This game takes place in 2025. That's good. The bottle's actually the murder weapon, doesn't it? That's also, they're like, oh, it's the murder weapon. I'm like, it's just a bottle. I mean, we can afford to blow up a little bit. It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Oops. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair. So, yeah, he did reach down and grab. You can also reach down and grab a thing with your hand upright. You don't have to go, but maybe his hand is backwards. On the floor? Yes, now reach down and pick it up without getting out of your chair. Bah! See, you naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck with your fingers upside down. It's kind of more awkward to pick it up right that way. I mean, it depends on sort of where it is. If it's wedged in, then upside down does make sense, but then you would immediately switch to another upright hand to grab it and have it. Look at the photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. I can't believe it was that simple. Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Always hitting the juice. Basically, you use the bottle on the table to do the deed, but then you must have remembered, so you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano and switched the bottles. So, in a restaurant filled with grape juice bottles, the police grabbed the one and went, this is it. This has to be it. Good. You took one of the Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. And you wouldn't have known he picked up the bottles upside down. Order! What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin? There are so many issues with this. Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle? Where is your proof? Proof? Well, that's, as I thought, more baseless conjecture. The proof is that the card is missing, but like, that's what was on the note that he gave the judge to give to the bailiff? Was look for a bottle of wine with a card in it. Alright, okay. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty. The proof is in the pudding, but I did eat the pudding. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideouts earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Yes, I have your memo about that. Yeah. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question. Just one at random. What are the chances? What, are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo? Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright, that bottle will solve this case once and for all. Unless it's the wrong bottle. There are many bottles at the restaurant. What? That's some bottle. Alright, I better investigate it to the best of my ability. Just looks like a bottle to me. Just spin it around. Oh, it's shrimp thirsty. The five, boy, that is really mashed up in there. Yeah, there's a label in the front. Grape juice. Delicious. How's it go with borscht? Is this your card? Smash. There's something inside the bowl. You know it's grape juice and not wine because it has a screw cap. Not a cork. What's this? That card, it can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment? Miss Olga O'Reilly? Yes, our little swindling Devachka. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. You haven't had cheap wine? Yeah, I guess. Fair. That's not wine, it didn't arrive in a box. And Mr. Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Wait, this isn't. You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? I've very... If you know anything about me, you know that I'm constantly drinking wine. The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony. I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed where? I emptied it. In the grape juice. In the bottle. The 5 of hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped, and the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. Theoretically, Phoenix's story is that he saw Smith hit Olga with the bottle, and then he went upstairs to call the police, came back down, saw the dead body, and then went up to call his attorney. He could have knocked them both out, or rather, once the waitress was unconscious, he then murders Smith, brings the bottle upstairs, swaps it for a different bottle himself, and forgot he had a card in there. Like, I'm just saying this isn't airtight. This is still like, whatever. It's fine. And the only one who could have done that was the 4th person. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin, you. The lobster did. Sands. That is all. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Yeah. My past is like my logic. Huh, and what? Straight and gay. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? His logic is as straight as a curly fry. I believe this time we've finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin? He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now. I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim. Did he? None that we know of. Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession to be sure, and that's all we know about him. I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor. Good. Mr. Wright? Yeah. 7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed 2 things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated. This courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me? Hey, Chan. I unintentionally made the perfect emote. Oh, it's me. This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright. Our work lies ahead of us. And I, for one, am looking forward to it. Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, guilty. Gumshoe's still working. That's good news. Court is adjourned. Whee! .420, 4:28 p.m. Damn it, Your Honor, he couldn't have read the verdict 8 minutes earlier. Son of... Thank you. Whoa. 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 Shiv. Whoa. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. What is happening with this Willa? The dark presence inside. And there's a meow. There's a meow right there. Holy shit. That is a potent Willa pick. Thank you. What's happening with my face in that picture? This is just how I feel. Sometimes your face expresses how you feel. And then that's me. Unimpressed by the moving cupboard. And that cupboard wasn't moving. Yeah, anyway, nice. Thanks, Apollo. You came through just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes. A sensitivity I lack. You're what's known as an empath. Oh, what? You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... If you consider the time between the verdict and everyone leaving, he read the verdict at exactly 4:20. He may have. Yes, I did, Caitlin. I'm streaming from home now. I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. I guess we can't have an Ace Attorney game without some kind of... This isn't quite supernatural, but some kind of extra power. And I respect they didn't just go, here's your new... Like, it's Maya or it's Pearl, and you got a Magatama, and you're doing the same, like, Cyclops thing they introduced. It's different. So, we'll see. You have to find the answer to that yourself. Yeah, some kind of mystical something or other. His superpower is staring. Apollo, you okay? You're sweating a lot. The answer, right. Today was full of questions without answers, most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture's in your locket. Oh, that's my daughter. Her name is, Phoenix, or maybe Miles, He would name his daughter Miles, I think. Your daughter, right? Moya? His daughter, Moya. That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Eh? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. So that's not your daughter, it's his... Wait, then... Wait, but that's perjury! You testified! You said that locket was yours! I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but wait. So is it his daughter? It was... He didn't say it was his, you said it was a locket with it. Okay. Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. No, why? Just because Mia was vague as fuck with you all the time doesn't mean that's how you have to pay it forward. Buddy, you're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. Still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo? Yeah? How about coming to work for me? Huh? You mean? Oh, I thought it was gonna be, what, you mean playing piano? At the Borscht Bar? At the Wright & Co. law offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but you're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge. Yes, I'm not an attorney anymore. Then that incident 7 years ago, that legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man, Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left law for good. He swapped his badge for a burrito, and his suit for a hoodie. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial, there was a single piece of forged evidence? Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. He's talking about the ace, but that evidence should have existed, right? I guess the idea is that Gavin stole it and hid it somewhere. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence. Probably your cell phone. I mean, come on, man, just upgrade. The ace of spades, yeah. Why is some random wearing a locket with Phoenix's daughter's picture inside? Yeah, he's like, you'll see. I'm like, you mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright? I'm still not clear on. Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left, leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud. It would be the one who took the real card. The killer. So he took it and he knows where it is, which is why he knows that it's not the real deal. He took a different ace of spades and put blood on it. And they didn't test the blood. They just went, oh, that has to be it. And he couldn't say otherwise. He could have just said test the blood on it. Well... My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then you really? Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? Holy shit. Damn, dude, what happened 7 years ago? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? Let me guess. Yeah. Let me guess Maya was accused of another murder and he forged evidence to get her out and they found out it was forged evidence or something. It'd be so funny if we never found out. Yeah. I definitely have questions from other cases in the series where they just never acknowledge like these weird hanging threads. And then she died. I punched him. Oh. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you'd like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, take that next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. Especially when you punched me in the face just now. That was rad. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day connected by a single thread of logic. And several leaps of logic to connect that thread. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. All right. That was a good game. Kind of wild that the entire game just had one case in it. Turnabout corner. Oh boy. What are we thinking, chat? Should we start this one? Or should we save it for next time? I cannot imagine we're going to finish this case, but we could start it. Maybe find if we get to a good... Yeah, we can probably learn what the case is about and do a little investigation or something. Let's do it. Turnabout corner. Or is it turnabout coroner? As long as we draw breath, the wheel of fate turns. More magicians? Is it Max Galactica again? Spinning big crimes and little crimes together. And when the wheel stops... you die. You what? Heaven or hell. June 15th. Damn. It's been a little bit. 9:12 a.m. Wright & Co. law offices. 2 months have passed since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial, and I lost both my mentor and my job. Yeah, I'll admit it. I was screwed. Yeah, it probably doesn't put a great... It probably isn't a great mark on your resume to be like, my first trial, I got my mentor successfully accused of murder. Probably go back to the office and they're like, hey, how'd the trial go? Where's Mr. Gavin? He has a bunch of paperwork on his desk. And you're like, But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. Is that Charlie? Here being the legendary Wright & Co. offices. Tell me that's Charlie. Okay, Justice, time to stop trembling. Oh, you must be here for the interview. Right this way. Huh? Get out of the way. I want to talk to Charlie. I'm his biggest fan. I have every chapter of his graphic novel series. Hello there. You've found the right place. The right place. Welcome. What's with this girl? Well, now, shall we begin? Oh, she's bouncing. Begin what? Right. First things first. Any special talents? Talents? Yeah, well, you must have at least one. Well, I guess defending? Defending. An unusual talent, but it'll do. With a little jazzing up, of course. You think so? Let's give it a go, shall we? Huh? Go ahead, show me, defend. Just give it all you've got, don't hold back now. What are you talking about? I can't just defend here. In front of Charlie? First lesson, a professional can perform anywhere. Thanks. We want people to be laughing with us, not at us. Thanks. But I'm not sure why they should be laughing at all. What? What exactly do you think you came here to do? What? Defend? No? Excuse me, but do you know where you are? The Wright & Co. law offices, right? Oh, I was afraid of that. Don't worry, you're not the first. Look, what's going on here? Who are you? I came here to meet with the person in charge. Well, you've apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes. But I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning. Perhaps you should go read the sign out front again? What's there to read? Look, it says right there. Oh. Why does it say Wright Talent Agency? Welcome to the Wright Talent Agency, where you've always come to the right place. How's that spaghetti holding itself up? I'm Trucy Wright. See, he named his daughter Trucy? Trucy? I'm a magician. It all came flooding back, the trial, that girl. She sees the truth. Hello, sir, please pick a card. That's right, she's my daughter. Yeah, it was hard to translate. What was her name in Japanese? Was it the same? What's Apollo's name in Japanese? Trucy, right. Here, check out our flyer. Minuki Odoroki. Apollo, Trucent, Minuki. Because Apollo's the most normal name. I mean, it's not, but it's fun. Naruhodo Minuki. Literally means a surprising law boy. Oh, yes, here's the new protagonist for our law series, Surprising Law Boy. Oh, that's good. Why didn't we get that? So what's your name? Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Is Apollo Justice meant to be appalling justice?
I am not having a single thought.
I'm not.
I am not having a single thought. Hey yo, I just have some poo brain. I don't know what I'm saying, and I'm not having a single thought.
Thank you for the hammy. Shoots Gummy wanted a totally new cast for Ace Attorney 4. Capcom demanded Phoenix come back to make sure fans would stick around. This was his solution. Broke my heart at 13. Thank you for the hammy. What do you mean it broke your heart? Just that you didn't want him back, or you wanted more of him? What part of this broke your heart? Thank you, though. Apollo and then Justice, cause name? Mm-hmm. It could be. Apollo's the god of justice. He's justice. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty stupid. Instant compromise, yeah. Because personally, I coming into this now, I don't think it's any kind of issue. Minuku comes from the word Minuku, which means to see through. So she sees the truth. Shocking Law Boy sounds like a draw feed prompt. I think this is Shutokumi's last game he wrote for the mainline series. Apollo was originally going to be the only new character with no one returning. Only new characters with no one else returning. He believed the Wright story was done. Higher ups said no, they were worried the game wouldn't sell without Wright. He rewrote the story to add him in and add Wright to the cover art. After making this game, he doesn't think Ace Attorney is serious anymore and moved on to other games like Ghost Trick. Well, he did great Ace Attorney, which, as I understand, is with Sherlock Holmes, or as it's called in the West, Herlock Sholmes. So I'm assuming it's a time period thing, and it's like he got his wish of like it's not any of the same characters. So yeah, Kim Arthur, right? Himbo Sholmes. I love that. I love that ever since I learned, because I just assumed, oh, his name's Sherlock Sholmes. That's amazing. It's probably something really silly in Japanese as well. I'm like, no, he's just Sherlock Holmes. But they were worried that they'd get sued? Is Sherlock Holmes not public domain? Whatever. We'll get into that if I ever get to those games. I gotta look at the Charlie. Show me the player. What do you got? Ack, don't touch Mr. Charlie. Trust. At the time, he was not yet public domain. It's complicated. Only went in public domain a couple years ago. Gotcha. Charlie's here! Mr. Charlie. Charlie-san. Charlie Senpai. He's been in this office much longer than I have. Daddy's mentor had a great fondness for Mr. Charlie. He's lived here since Daddy was a rookie attorney. Mr. Charlie. Right. Oh, so it was public domain in Japan. Gotcha, because different countries have different... Yeah, okay. Please, Mr. Charlie was my father. You can call me Charlie Jr. What's this? A strange split box leers at me from the wall. Is this one of those boxes for cutting people in half? Oh yeah, we won out, because Sherlock is good. That's right, this cabinet is used for an illusion called the zigzag. I've seen one on TV. Why is one just sitting here in your office? Oh, it's a little big for me, you see. So I'm using it as furniture. Hats in the top, shirts in the middle, and pants down below. She's smart. I think it's a nice touch, don't you? It's not exactly what I'd call a welcoming decor. What's the trophy for? No clues here. I'm looking for a clue. What you got here? That table doesn't look very sturdy. You've never seen one of these? It's a magic table. So, like, you make this teapot disappear? So you might think, but that's not it. Before your very eyes, the contents of the pot change. From Earl Grey to Darjeeling. Kinda hard to see the difference, I think. That's pretty neat. All these legal books must be Mr. Wright's leftovers. There's a lot of unrelated books in here, too. One trick a day, magic for idiots. I think a pro magician would aim a bit higher. The door. The couch? Are there clues on the couch? Don't touch Mr. Char. I was looking at the chair. Hey, rabbits. Sherlock Holmes directly caused by a crossover with Sherlock Holmes and Arsène Lupin. Said author illegally made the crossover to avoid being sued by the author of Sherlock Holmes. He switched the first letters. Oh. There's many layers to it. Thank you. That's Charlie's couch. He's lived here since that. Yeah. Now I take care of him. The floating space. Oh, I'll get there. I'm going right to left like a manga. A blue silk hat, just like the one Trucy's wearing. Oh, that's just for show. Don't wear it, please. Last thought from my mind, honest. I put it there so clients can see it and know who I am. Nothing says magician like a silk top hat. What about magic? What's this suspicious package down here? That's one of those hula hoop things everyone was crazy about way back when. You know, for kids. Really? I had no idea these were that popular. I'm not so bad with one myself, actually. Yeah, I'm still learning. So you can really make someone levitate with it? Show me. I have no idea how. It's just a normal hula hoop, isn't it? Magic is fake. Only ghosts are real. And talking to animals. Back in the, yeah, you know, the mid-90s. Why the tiny guillotine? There are all sorts of strange paraphernalia sitting on top of the piano. Those are my magic props. Practice, practice, practice. A professional never leaves their weapons far from reach. But you can't play the piano with all this junk on it. Oh, no one plays here anyway, and the neighbors complain. I guess Mr. Wright really can't play. It's not magic, they're illusions. Illusions. An old sepia-tinted photo of a man in a silk top hat. That's my favorite magician. I want to be just like him someday. Sure, nice. Guess it's good to have a role model, even if he's got to be well over 100. How rude. I didn't say anything out loud. I was thinking rude thoughts. Show me about the spaghetti. Whoa, that fork is floating. Not. I wish Apollo believed magic was real. I'm sad that he doesn't. Why do you have a place plastic spaghetti here? That right there is the whole reason I became a magician. Do tell. I saw a plate just like that in a restaurant once. The floating fork looked so real, that's when I knew. Someday I'd make magic more amazing than that spaghetti. That's her origin story. Her origin story is she saw the floating plastic fork and went, that is my true calling. Good. What we got on the court record? Ooh, my badge! Phoenix, a pianist who can't play a lick, formerly an ace defense attorney of some renown. Trucy, future stage magician in training, apparently the daughter of Phoenix Wright. She's 15. I mean, obviously she's not 7 years old, but that just means that she was around in some regard in the previous games, just off to the side. You'd think that would have come up. He's only Phoenix is 33. Okay. Okay. Until they tell me otherwise, Phoenix and Miles adopted a daughter. We don't have to get into it. Hello, I'm an attorney. Here's my badge. Oh, I've seen one of those before. That's an attorney's badge. It looks just like the one Daddy used to have. Now if I take this badge and do this and this, see? It's gone. Hey, my badge! That's how Phoenix lost his badge 7 years ago. I see. What'd you do with my badge? No need to worry. Just look in your pocket. Huh? No way, my pocket? Wait a second, there's something in there. It's a flyer for your agency. And here's your badge. You can have it back. That's the last time I let her touch anything of mine, period. Good. Very good. Can I leave? What's up with this Wright talent agency? Guess I'll talk to her and find out what I can. Yeah. So. Talent agency. So, is this really a talent agency? You bet. Daddy started 7 years ago when he quit law. Of course, we only have 2 people signed up right now. 2 people. Does that include you? Trucy Wright, magician extraordinaire. I've done a lot of stage shows, paid too. I'm a professional, you know. Right. Promise you'll come to one of my shows, okay? Let's see. Oh, and the other person our agency represents is Phoenix Wright, pianist extraordinaire. Your dad, in other words. Didn't he say he couldn't play the piano? Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. Why, there are many magicians who can't do magic. At least you're optimistic, I'll give you that. Tell me about yourself. So you're Phoenix Wright's daughter? That's right. After Daddy quit law 7 years ago, I promised I would keep him fed. So I'm kind of his sugar daddy, get it? No. I'm in charge of this whole office, too. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15, wouldn't you agree? 15? How old is Mr. Wright? He's 33 this year. I'm sure there's a good explanation, I hope. Nothing? Phoenix? Apollo's 22. What? About Mr. Wright giving up law. It was because of that incident 7 years ago, wasn't it? Hey, you know about that? Not the details. I remember the news, though. It was a big deal. So I hear. So when he was a teenager, he was paying attention to local news of a lawyer being disbarred. Good work, kid. So I hear. I was too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get a chance. Daddy, right. That reminds me. About Mr. Wright. He gave me a call this morning to come in. Apollo's a huge nerd. He's the lawyer weep. Daddy's not here right now. He's in the hospital. The hospital? Yeah. He's on strict bed rest until he gets better. What? Okay. Which hospital is Mr. Wright in? I'll pay him a visit. Oh, the Hickfield Clinic. It's quite close. Right, well, I'll be going now, and I'll give this showbiz gig some thought, okay? Wait, I'll go with you. Okay. Oh my god, he turned into DVDs. That's so sad. Gone too soon. June 15th, 9:45 a.m., Hickfield Clinic. So this is Mr. Wright's hospital. Visitors, are you? Yeah, and are you the doctor? Yep, Dr. Hickfield's the name. Good morning, doctor. Oh, hiya there, Trucy. Cute as ever, We've been playing the game for 5 minutes. Is this Daddy's room? Oh yeah, except he's gone for a morning checkup. Be back soon. How are you, Miss Trucy? Got any places you'd like? What the fuck? Oh my, all right, yeah. Doctor, the nurse was looking for you? Why, if it isn't the daddy-o, the cutest little thing in town. Guess I'll be off then. Eat later, Trucy. Jeez, get the fuck out of here. Wow, what an odd bird that guy was. I agree. I like that Phoenix has experience with Dr. Hottie. It was Hottie, right? Whatever his name was. And willingly comes to his clinic. Jesus Christ. Good morning! Didn't expect to see you so soon, Apollo. Hottie, she's named to Hickfield. Son. Yeah, Mr. Wright. See you later. Gotta go. I can just leave. Tell me about the DVDs. Of all the characters to pick, I know. Tiny piano. This looks like a child's toy piano. Gotta practice. Wouldn't want my fingers to get stiff. A pro always keeps his weapons close at hand. Shall I play you a tune? No thanks. How unfortunate. I so rarely get a chance to play. I wanted to play something on a tiny toy piano. A swaying, spiraling stack of DVD cases. The Steel Samurai, the Nickel Samurai, the Pink Princess, the Zappy Samurai, Electric Bugaboo. They're all children's action heroes shows. This kid I know keeps sending them to me. Huh? Like a niece or nephew? Something like that. Quite the collection. This kid's parents must be really generous with their allowance. Funny, Mr. Wright doesn't seem the type that kids would like. What's in the bag? Nothing. What's in the bed? Mr. Wright's bed. It's really messy. Look how messy this is. You're just hopeless without me, aren't you, Daddy? Yikes, she's attempting to clean up. Look out. Ah, you got me. What can I say? I was raised in a barn. Try not to let word get out, Apollo, if you don't mind. Yeah, it might ruin your illustrious career pretending to play the piano. What's that on TV? Looks like some sort of action hero show. Oh, I know that one. That's the Sniffing Samurai. His booger flick attack is a big hit with the grade school crowd. No idea you like this kind of stuff, Mr. Wright. Well, what else is there to do when you're stuck in bed? Besides, the episodes will just keep piling up if I don't keep up, you know. Is what? Yeah, try not buying them. Now's the only time I get to watch and write up my reports. Your reports. It's a long story, like a lot of things, actually. He writes reports on children's entertainment. A swaying, sprawling stack of DVD cases. Yep. Those are all the same. What about the juice? What about the juice? Daddy, you snuck some grape juice in again. The doctor said you weren't supposed to drink that here. Trucy, look at the label. It's only wine. Oh, deep sea mineral water. That's fine, I guess. It says that in your handwriting, though. Coincidence. I switched the labels. Don't tell Trucy, okay? What can I say? The man loves his grape juice. Okay. Okay. Can we talk? It's sake in Japan. I mean, they clearly put a grape on there if it wasn't there in the original. Regardless, it's just, yeah. That's what I meant by heartbreaking. What did they do to my boy? I love it. I love that I love that this was like, okay, you're forcing me to put Phoenix in the game. This is what I'm doing with it. just break every part of his character. What happened? So, what happened? Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run. You were hit by a car? No, I rented Simpsons Hit and Run for the PS2. He tried to swerve, I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air, only stopping when my head hit that telephone pole. Lucky me, my head broke the fall. You hit a telephone pole with your head? Are you okay? Thankfully, my only injury was a sprained ankle. This is why I was like, you know what? Maybe I need more Shutakumi writing in my brain. It's for stuff like this, where he jingles some keys over here and then he sucker punches you in the back of the head. Man, that's good. He really is as lucky as they say. How about Trucy? And I'm glad he wasn't like, what? No, I'm just kidding. I was severely concussed. Like, no, actually, just the sprained ankle. There's something that, well, just doesn't sit right. He was an MVC. Yeah. I just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. And she's so big. Not fat, but you know what I mean. Trucy's still a child. How many times do I have to remind you? I'm not a child anymore. Ah ha ha ha. But you'll always be daddy's little baby girl to me, Trucy. Ah ha ha, my foot. I'm not buying it. Oh, something you should know about Trucy. She's a magician, right? She told me. Not a mere stage magician. She's a genius. Teehee, no. You'll soon come to appreciate her talent. You could just tell me things instead of insinuating them. What is happening? Why did you contact me? What could the right talent agency possibly want with me? No need to get prickly now. I didn't ask to be dragged in like this. But didn't you come into the office of your own free will anyway? Well, yeah, of course. Help, we're in big trouble here at the office. Big. I thought someone was dying. So you don't think this is big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people, and one of them is in the hospital. That's right, Daddy. How are we going to pay this month's rent and the groceries? Yeah, that's the problem with such a tight operation. It's a symbiotic relationship. When one of us falls, the other 2 must fall. This isn't exactly a suitable conversation to be having with a 15-year-old kid. In any case, if Apollo here can't help you, you'll have to transfer to a new school again. No, I can't. I only just made friends. How could you do this to me? To us, Polly. What? Now it's my fault? She's calling him Polly? On that note, how about you come work for us? But you don't have any money. I've got the perfect client for you already lined up. A client? You mean I get to do my job? I get to defend in court? All right, I'll hear what you have to say. You got him, Daddy. Hook, line, and sinker. Aha. Now, it's time to reel him in. It's official. I'm scared. Who's the client? So the client's this bird. All right, so who's the client? Ah, yes, here. Take a look at the map and I'll explain. Last night, I left the office just before 9 o'clock. That's me. I was going to that Indochine pasta joint, al dente. Yeah. Al dente. I play piano there, of course. That's when it happened. The car sent me flying, nicked the telephone pole, and zoomed away. Creepy, huh? Just a tad. It's almost as creepy as hearing you tell the story like it was no big deal. The car sped off in this direction. So, good luck. Huh? You wanted a client, didn't you? Well, I'm your client. Find the guy who knocked me into that telephone pole. Hold on, I'm a defense attorney, not a detective. Don't worry, once you found the guy, I intend to sue him. Then you can stick it to him in court. I'm not a prosecutor either. I'm sorry, but this is crazy. I'm going home. Don't get so worked up. It was just a joke. Huh? Oh, Daddy, sorry, Apollo. He just loves jokes, you know. Even the ones that aren't very funny. Your real client should be stopping by the office any time now. The office? You mean the talent agency? No harm in going. It's not like I have anything else to do. One more thing. Do look into my accident too, would you? I marked the scene of the tragedy on this map. So it's not a joke. You do want me to. It's right in front of this park. Should be easy to find. So he's going to make me investigate this after all. Map out of the court record. Great. Right, good. Yeah. Uh-huh. Great. Cool. Thanks. Did you know I'm an attorney? What's that? Looks strangely familiar. He doesn't know. How could you not recognize an attorney's badge? It's been 7 years. I've forgotten a lot of things. I guess some 7 years are longer than others. Meep. I've marked the location of the accident on your map. Find the criminal who knocked me into that telephone pole. Okay. Bye. June 15th, 10:05 a.m. Right Talent Agency. Hey. How long you planning on making me wait, eh? Good morning. Hey there, Trucy doll. Sounds like your pop's at a bit of a rough spot, eh? All's well that ends well, I guess. He's in the hospital. This is our client? Hey, so this is that Apollo fellow, eh? Yes, name's Apollo. Look at him there, arms all crossed like ready to fight. Yes, sir. You don't mean that literally, do you? His head is alarming. The boss told me what I need, right? The boss told you what I need, right? Don't let me down, Apollo. Don't worry about your defense, sir. I'm on it. Defense? Your noodle half-cooked? It's too late for defense. My castle's been stormed. My keep's been kept. My noodle stand's been stolen. Noodle? You know Mr. Eldoon? His name is Eldoon. Eldoon from the noodle stand, don't you, Polly? No nicknames, please. And no, of course I don't know him. You new in these parts? Not really. Then you know the best noodles in town, Eldoon's Noodles. Whose noodles? My noodles. Help me out here, Trucy doll. This is Mr. Guy Eldoon. His name is Noodle Guy? Or Noodle Yug? Our client. Maybe you can tell us what the problem is, Mr. Eldoon. Anything for you, Trucy doll. Why did it? It felt like he was about to start playing this. It's what it sounded like. Gangplank Galleon, my beloved. Anyway, anything for you, Trucy doll. I swear I've kept the almost series in the whole stream. Some of these songs sound like it. Apparently. I'm an attorney. Have it on the ready. I'm ready. Yeehaw! Attaboy, way to flash him. Old Phoenix used to do that to my pops all the time. Your father? Yep, he'd whip that bad boy out and say, put it on my tab. You know I'm good for it. A tab at a noodle joint? I like how, as a player, you're sort of set up to constantly present your badge. And they use that to be like, oh yeah, presenting a badge. That's what attorneys do. When you almost never have to do it. Sorry, fella, the only business I'm concerned with is my business. You gotta help me out. Get my business back. Yeah. Who's this guy? So you run a noodle stand, Mr. Eldoon. Guy Eldoon's the name, and noodles are my game. The secret's in the soup. I've been searching for the perfect soup for 1.5 years. Oh, that's not that long, really. My family's been noodle men for generations. Got a lot of expectation on my shoulders. 15 fathers passing the noodle to 15 sons. That's a pretty old noodle. Aye, and fool that I was, I pushed it away. pun is interesting in Japanese. The Noodle Men. Cousins of the Pillar Men. Oh. I rebelled against my pops and picked another livelihood. Noodles? But that didn't turn out so well. Oh. There was no denying it. Salty broth runs through these veins, boy. So it was like destiny that you became what you are. Right. Destiny's the word. Oh, I fought it. But in the end, I was bound by the twisted noodle of fate. Not a mental image I care to linger on. So, last year I started my noodle stand. The 15th generation of Eldoon's noodles. Tell me more about Eldoon's noodles. Eldoon is my favorite regional variant of Frank Herbert's Dune. You don't know the genius that are my noodles? I make them so salty, why they're saltier than salt. Thank you for the booze. Now, I really don't want to find out. Daddy's a regular at his noodle stand. He frequented my pops' stand back during his attorney days, too. Very Guybrush Threepwood coded, but... Yep, him and his assailant. I'm sorry, I'll be sure to drop by your stand soon. Leave a bit. Wish you could, Sonny. Eh? Heck, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bulb out now. What do you mean? It was stolen. My stand, gone. Stolen. An enemy stand. It was last night. I was doing my rounds, blowing my... I'm just gonna have that at the ready. I was doing my rounds, blowing my whistle. It's like an ice cream truck's bell, but louder. He even gets complaints. Yeah, now you're just trying to butter me up. That sounded more like the blues than a whistle. I did just hit play on Gangplank Galleon. I closed up my stand for the night and parked by the house. Then this morning, dark and early, it was gone! My keep, my castle, oh! It's called Gangplank Galleon. I'll put it in the chat. From Donkey Kong Country 1. Maybe some bum carted it off. Just guessing here. Well, I don't care who did it. I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished. All my noodle bowls were in there too. He is chewing on his hair, isn't he? Yum. That's the saddest thing I've heard all day. He lost all of his nudes. You know it. Anyhows, that's the deal. Good luck. Good, huh? Wait. What exactly is your request? My noodle stand. Find it. And the day you bring my baby back is the day you feast on as many noodles as you want. Of course, I make it so hot and salty, 2 bowls kill a man. Then I'd really need defense. Speaking of defense, that's what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective. This is where I live. You drop by if you need any info, okay? He's just right around the corner. Get it back today if you can, Paulo. I got noodles to make. Things have certainly taken a turn for the bizarre. Traffic accidents and noodle stand thieves. Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about too, Apollo. Huh? I have a bad feeling about this. Listen to the lady's problem now. Don't be cruel. I lost something last night. That is, something was stolen. Hey, what's this? More thieving and skullduggery? Well, someone stole a pair of my... panties? Panties. Why did people want me to play this game? They were, stolen. My panties, yes. Right. Panties. I'm just gonna go to my happy place and get away from here. Why? 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 That's a crying shame, that is, Trucy Doll. I was alone in the office last night. I had hung... Do I have to read this out loud? I had hung my panties out the window there to dry. I'm assuming she means pants. Just normal pants. When a thief came and took them. My favorite pants. I ran after him. Give those back, I shouted. Wait. Yeah, if we didn't hit despair before, this is the true despair. Well, that was certainly brave of you. But I lost him. Without those pants, I don't know what I'll do. A darn crying shame, yep. Well, at least the scene of the crime is convenient. I'll mark it on your map. I'll be heading home now. Remember, find my stand or there's an empty bowl in your future, Paulo. Right? And you help out Trucy Doll here too, you hear? Things have certainly picked up, haven't they? We had no work yesterday, now we have 3 cases. One of them is you, one of them is your dad, and one of them is the noodle guy that your dad's been going to. I guess. Let's see where we stand. Not in the courtroom, that's where. Well, the first item on our list. Phoenix Wright, Daddy's hit and run accident. Yeah. None of them are none of them. We have to find the one who hit him. Who's gonna pay us for this again? And the second item, Mr. Eldoon's request to find his stolen stand, for which we stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles. And the last request is mine, to find my stolen panties. That bowl of noodles is looking better and better. The bowl of noodles that kills you? Let's go, Polly, to the streets. Aren't you enthusiastic? How could I not be? Let's crack these cases, you and me. Guess we might as well get started. Let's see, a hit and run, a stolen stand, and last but not least, stolen panties. Let's move. Let's go to the accident scene. Salt is 10% less than a lethal dose. That's good. What in the hell? Did a hot dog cart explode too? So this is where Mr. Wright got hit by that car. According to the map, this is the place. Kitaki. Yeah, we got those in Los Angeles. What a huge mansion. Apollo, there's a nice looking lady over there. Let's question her. Okay. A little curious about the park over there too. Excuse me, can we have a few words with you? You want something? Whoa, that husky voice. Why am I suddenly sweating? That's quite a house you've got there. You must have a lot of money. Whew, money sounds like something my son would call his friends. This is the Kitaki family mansion, little girl. You kid with the hair. Me? You want something? Me? No, not a thing. Bye. Apollo, we can't leave without questioning her. What if she knows something? But the Kitaki family, they're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town. If you're going to ask something, ask it. If you're man enough. All right. Why to whip him into shape, ma'am? Does she know no fear? I'm Plum Kitaki, wife of the 4th head of the Kitaki family business. Nani? Friends call me Little Plum. I'm Little Apollo Justice, attorney at law. If looks could kill, this one would be a mass murderer by now. I have an attorney? Hello? Sorry, kid, I got no idea what you're talking about. Map? Nope. Can it show me the... Wait, what's going on? What's all this? Wow, what a big house. And the gate is so big. The Kitaki family's pretty big around these parts. I like the fox, it's so cute. That's our family crest from the old country. Your family crest? We're clever as the fox and our teeth are sharp. So it's like a motto. You need a crest too, Apollo. How about the scales of justice or a lunar lander? I'll pass, thanks. What about a judge on the moon? It's the last place untouched by capitalism. Wow, what a big house. And a big little window and a big Corvette. And everything is. Okay, alright. I thought maybe that was different. Space! That's why they call the lunar missions Apollo. Because of the justice. There's paint splashed all over this gate. What a mess. Was this paint knocked over by the car that hit my daddy? That's right. And I'm left to clean up the mess. If you find whoever did this, bring the scoundrel by, would you? Of course, then you can make them clean up their own mess. You're cute. Naive, but cute. When I find whoever did this, you can bet I'll be doing some cleaning. There's nothing I dislike so much as a mess. Oh, I wish I could say cool things like that. I'll bet you do. I'd laugh if my teeth weren't chattering so hard. Cleaning equals murder. Oh. There's paint splashed over the gate. What a mess. Yep. What about the fence? Is this just gonna be the same line about the house being big? A brightly painted dragon. Why do I get the feeling he's glaring at me? Those paints must have been to repaint this wall. That's right. I called in an artist to do the job right. He's the third so far. The third? The first spilled paint all over the entrance here, the second on my kimono. So don't tell me. It's better that I don't know. Good talking with you. Brightly painted, okay. Threats mean murder. Little Plum, that's a really cute name for someone so... Yes? What is it, Apollo? How about you go through me when talking to her, okay, Trucy? Oh, that seems like a bit of a needless procedure. I'm a lawyer. I live for needless procedures. I mean, at least he's self-aware. Oh, little girl, you should know we're gangsters. Oh, that means you're the bad guys. Trucy, through me, please. I'm begging you here. The bad guys. I like the sound of that. I'm going to need some warm tea after this. It takes a lot of hard work to protect a family fortune. Things aren't as easy as they used to be for us bad guys. So you're saying that business is in a slump? Let's not ask about business if we can help it, please. Tell me about the accident. She's gonna get us killed. So there was supposedly a car accident here last night. Of course you wouldn't know anything about it. Sorry to bother you. Wait. Yes? You're talking about that man, aren't you? The one who flew 30 feet and just walked away? That's my daddy. I should have known. One of our capos thought he'd make a great point man. Capo, point man? Could you avoid using too much industry lingo? In any case, it's been nothing but trouble. I have been cleaning up this mess since morning. Bah. Cleaning up this paint? How much of it is paint? Was this paint spilled at the time of the accident? It was around 9 last night. I heard a crashing noise and found your father drowning in a sea of paint. So you came to his rescue? You've my husband, the boss, to thank for that. The boss? The car that hit your father knocked over this paint, then turned the corner and sped away. We're in the middle of repainting our wall, you see. I'm sure that dragon is glaring at me. But why are you out here cleaning it up? What do you mean? I mean, aren't you a gangster? Don't you have any goons that do your dirty work for you? Please go through me when you want to. Don't be such a stiff lawyer boy. I suppose we gangsters do have a certain image. Yes, but we're community-oriented gangsters, you see. The boss likes to give back to the people, see? How noble of him. I availed myself of the public facilities to get rid of all the garbage. Now there's just the paint on the street to deal with. Public facilities? I wonder if she means that trash can. Yeah, you know, gangsters. Who's that? She's looking at the park. Pretty sus behavior to look at a park. She's pretty. I bet she has a story, you know? There's something about her. Too bad she seems to be in a bit of a rush. Probably not important. Please don't be Wendy Oldbag. Looks like there's some trouble by the park gate. I smell an incident. Ma'am, there's no entry to the park. Now, don't you tell me where I can't go, young fella. I always walk through this park on my way home. Please get down from there, you'll hurt yourself, ma'am. That's quite the determined old lady. Personally, I'm a little more interested in this park. You know what I think? I bet they're filming a movie. Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll see someone famous. Hey, miss, stay out of the park. He got mad at me. Did something happen here, officer? No, move along, nothing to see. Why don't you kids go play someplace else? We're not kids, we're not playing. I'm an attorney. Something wrong? Detective Sky, we're fine, ma'am. Nothing to report. Detective? Why is she wearing a lab coat? You hardly want to comment on how people are dressed. And these kids are? She's back. Curiosity seekers, ma'am. They claim to be lawyers. Why don't you kids run along and play someplace else? Look, we're not... Or I might spill something on that pretty face of yours. Want a dose of experimental hydroxyacetylunodose trace? Uno dos trace? Come again? What's hydroxy stuff? Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Let's go, Trucy. Try to keep out the riffraff if you would. Yes, ma'am. Good. How are we gonna get more information like this? Why don't we ask that nice woman across the street? Oh yes, that nice woman. I gotta say, I'd really like to know what happened here. Hey, I said no one goes in. Unless you want a face full of what's it? No dice. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. Eso? I gotta say, I'd really like to know what's in. Okay, all right. What about the sign? People Park. Huh, kind of an odd name for such an empty place. I wonder why it's named that. Hey, there's something written on the gate post. Oh yeah, it says donated by Big Wins Kitaki. You mean the Kitaki family built this park? It's so nice of them to give to the community like that. Let's not get too friendly with them, shall we? A gangster building a park, odd move for a crime boss. Better than it being donated by Frank People. It's his last name. There's a big trash can on the way into the park. I guess we could check it out. A detective's life sure is a hard one. I'm an attorney, actually. Huh? 2 pieces of garbage with paint on them. These are slippers. They look like those slippers you get at the hospital. Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go on a car? It's a side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something. Or someone. Did I recognize her? Yeah. From the bonus case. But the bonus, did they release that bonus case in Japan? Because I thought it was a new case when they released it in the West. Unless they ported it to the DS in Japan and then it was like an extra thing as well. That makes sense, actually. But if someone only played the original release, they'd be like, who is that? But it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know if it matters. It's just kind of like a cute little reference right now. I'm sure they might, if it comes back, they'll be like, oh, by the way. Wow, Phoenix, look at you. Wait, you don't think. I do. You think? This could be from the car that hit Mr. Right. It was DS exclusive, not West exclusive. That, fair. Makes sense. Wow, and he took off its mirror. I never knew Daddy was so strong. I only have room in my pocket for one of these, though. Which do you want to take? The one they talked about a lot or the one they talked about a little? Well, then probably the slippers, then. Why do I have to choose? Why do I have to choose? Why do I have to choose? I mean, it's weird to me that the slippers are from the hospital. Because doesn't that imply a change in the order of events? Or that Phoenix came back here after being hospitalized? She has girl pockets, yeah. She can maybe fit like a business card at best. The mirror seems like the obvious one, which is why I'm second guessing it being like maybe the slippers. I can't imagine there'd be like a downside. Why the shoes be missile metal detecting that third thing? Because it was funny. This seems like it's important. I'm gonna go with my gut, which says don't listen to the game. Slippers crammed into pocket. Oh, missile's doing okay. Slippers for patients at the Maractus Clinic. Maractus. I found a front of documentation. Well, shit. This is the wrong, possibly the wrong. But they did step in paint. The bottom is covered with paint. Huh? What's this weird shape here? It looks like a leaf was stuck to the bottom when the wearer stepped in some yellow paint. The outline was left when the leaf was removed. I got paint on my hand. Apollo, I saw you try to wipe your hand on my cape. Prove it. I guess that's it. Am I supposed to look for a leaf? Maybe I can ask about it. Move back over here. Nope. Wait. Present? Slippers. Sorry, kid. I got no idea what you're talking about. Shit. Damn it. Everybody see a leaf on the ground? Did I choose poorly because the game was like, why'd you pick the slippers? There's a side view mirror with some paint on it in this trash can. I can only carry one thing at a time in my pocket. Should I swap the slippers for the mirror? Sure. Sure, let's swap the evidence. Trucy, if you would. I'm on it. Just keep digging around through the garbage next to the officer. Over here. Yeah, court record thing. Paint. Where'd that? There what? Wait, what is it saying examine on? On that? On the torn bit of wire? It's cut clean off. I wonder what's in there. There are bare wires hanging out. Let's see. Zap eek. What, are you okay? Hee, just a little joke. Don't scare me like that. You mean don't shock you? Zap. Is that it? That the paint doesn't matter? You know anything about this, ma'am? Present. Mirror. Can't tell me anything about this mirror. That's probably from the car that knocked that fellow across the street. Right. That makes this a valuable clue. Let me know if you find that car, would you? You splash Kentucky paint, you pay the price. Whoop. Sorry for that. Thank you. Let me know who found that, but I guess I need to go somewhere else. We haven't been to the scene of the stand theft yet, so we could check that. What do you think about the mirror? What's that, Polly? Oh, I know! You want to see a magic trick? Well, you've come to the right girl. Watch as I make that evidence disappear forever. Well, no, don't. Sorry, my bad. Time to go to the stand theft. No! I know it probably is a sign that said noodles that got torn, but... No! June 15th, scene of the stand. Even the stand is sad. So, what's this place? This would be Mr. Eldoon's house, silly. This is where his stand was stolen from. I can see a piece of evidence lying on the ground already. The dog. Hey! No, I want to pet the dog. Hey, there's the Maractus Clinic, though. But maybe the slippers are important. There's a police car parked over there. You're right. What's with the sparkly entrance? What is this place, a hospital? There's a sign, Maractus Clinic. What is Maractus? Other than we have Eldoon and we have Maractus. So we have Dune and Arrakis. Is there a Pokemon called Maractus? Bargain 3 shots for the price of 1. Maractus not. Oh, that's where the thief went. The thief? The one who snatched my panties. He ran into this clinic last night. Wait, maybe that police car is here to find my panties. I doubt it. Well, there's only one way to be sure. Let's investigate. There you are, Sonny. Well, you find anything yet? No, not yet. The longer you loaf around here, the saltier your victory bowl gets. Just remember that. This bowl of noodles is sounding less like payment and more like punishment. Look at the dog! Look at the dog! Look, a doggy! Good boy, Salty. The dog's name is Salt. I'm sure the dog has a real name, Trucy. Yep, sure does. Name's Spoon. And it's a she, by the way. Spoon doesn't seem so lively. She didn't get her bowl of salty broth this morning, that's why. Poor little thing. Apollo, let's find that stand soon, for Spoon's sake. I'm pretty sure dogs aren't supposed to eat noodles. Oh, poor Spoon. This house is, well, it's old. It's been well loved, that's for sure. I've lived here with my wife for many years now. It's got character, though, just like my soup. I always thought character was a positive thing. Positive. No! That's quite a sign. I take it that's new as opposed to old. Ah, you like it? Made it myself, I did. I meant to write noodles, but I ran out of space. Oh, that's way better than the sign being destroyed. Prior planning prevents poor performance. Lucky for me, it spells a word all by itself and spruces up my image, it does. I want to pull Spoon versus Shoo the Cat versus Missile. If there was a mod around to grab that. If there's not a mod around to grab that, let me know, chat. I can do it. It does have a certain power of willful denial thing going for it. Nrrr. It looks like the old drum is connected to that sink over there. Collecting rainwater to do the dishes. How environmentally conscious. You don't think he uses rainwater to cook his noodles and to make the broth, do you? Oh, I'm sure he finds the best water money can buy. Taste is his business, you know. Look, that sign over there. Eldunes only uses water from all natural sources. I think I'll take a rain check on eating here. What's wrong with rainwater? This is perfectly delicious. We had a poll redeem gam, if you could do the honors. Oh, thank you. That's the place right there. That's where I kept my stand covered all nice and purty with that blue tarp there. So use this plastic sheet to cover your stand at night? I see. You see what? Did you figure out why it was stolen? No, but it does suggest that the thief knew what he or she was looking for. They clearly knew what was under that sheet. So it wasn't one of those casual drive-by stand snatchers, you mean? Not bad, sonny boy. Not bad at all. Is that a thing? Is that a problem? There's a handwritten sign here. Save the light. Save the light indeed. Mr. Eldune's house is practically in the dark here. I guess the hospital clinic next door blocks the sunlight. Everything's gone wrong since they built this monstrosity. Broth needs sun or it rots. What's a man to do? They just want my customers to get food poisoning so they can turn a pretty profit. Seems like a lot of trouble to go through for a few extra patients. Let's keep examining before we talk to him proper. That doorway sure is sparkly. The Maractus Clinic, huh? Looks more like a casino parlor than a hospital. Must be quite profitable. Funny, it looks closed. Maybe they're on vacation today? That door sure is sparkly. Looks like they have a special offer going on. 3 shots for the price of 1. Ooh, now's our chance, Apollo. Chance for what? I don't need any shots, thank you. Whoever runs this clinic, they seem pretty business-minded. That's a pretty good deal. I'd understand if there was an ambulance outside, but a police car? Maybe they're tax evaders. Sorry, miss, no going into the clinic today. Did something happen? No, nothing to see here. Move along. You'll have to find someplace else to play doctor. Do we look like the right age to be playing doctor? We need a little more info in this Maractus Clinic. We could ask Mr. Eldune, he's their neighbor and all. And we should check out that garage. What if the thief who stole my panties is still in there? Yeah. Missile 72%. Missile's good, boop. He's a real good boop. How am I supposed to check out the garage? Ah, like that. Let's first things first. I'm an attorney. Here's my badge. Sorry, Sonny boy, I'm interested for my stand in precious little else. Get cracking. What about the mirror? Nope. Maybe the slippers, which we don't have. Your noodles. So your stand, El Dune's noodles, was it? Aye, passed down from father to son. That stand's seen its share of salt. Salt runs in the family, you might say. I bet high blood pressure does too. So, your stand, El Dune's noodles, was stolen. Oh, it wasn't just the stand that was stolen, sonny boy. I lost those wobbly wheels, my salt-crusted stew pot, my stained sign. I didn't just lose the stand, I lost a legend. No one steals a legend and gets away with it on my watch. Let's find that legend, Apollo. Isn't it about time he bought a new one anyway? The stand. Are there any more details you could give me about the stand? You bet, sonny boy, it happened last night. I was blowing my whistle like always, crying the town I was. The smell of broth filled the streets, thick and salty. I got home, well, right before 10 p.m., I reckon. Guess he's not aiming for that late night market. I washed my bowls and gave the wheels a squirt of grease. Then I went inside. When'd you notice it had been stolen? Early this morning, before the sun rose. Work starts early. Do that many people eat noodles for breakfast? I'm washed up on the salty shores of ruination. That stand had my whole life in it. Nay, my whole being. They took everything. All my soup stock, my noodles, my bowls, and my dreams. At least they left one bowl. Look, there on the ground. If you don't find that stand today, then I'll be forced to walk the streets peddling that bowl, my last bowl. Please, I'm under enough pressure here as it is. The garage. I eat nudes for every meal. Nudes are good. That's it. That's where the thief who snatched my panties ran to. Stop beatboxing. No. It's a crying shame, that is. If they have to steal, make it my loincloth, not some pretty girl's panties. This garage, right? You don't think the thief lives here, do you? I wouldn't put it past that good-for-nothing doctor. Do I detect a little animosity here? Let's make sure to check out that garage thoroughly. A clinic? Still like this one bit. No, I'm waiting for the shoe to drop. The shoe Takumi to... And be like, oh, you were thinking this? We meant this. And I'll be like, yeah, hey. Do you think something happened next door? There's a police car out front. Probably gave someone food poisoning, I'll bet. If anyone's at risk of giving someone food poisoning. That police car got here this morning, actually. I asked what they were up to, but they wouldn't even tell me. The neighbor. Not that I was surprised much. That doctor works for the wrong crowd. It was just a matter of time before he got what was coming to him. The wrong crowd. Never you mind about that. Let's check it out. Oh my god, a stepladder. This is the place. This is where that panty snatcher ran. Are you sure? Maybe. Let's look for clues. Clues to a panty snatching. Clues, like a pair of panties. Trucy? Could you try not saying panties so many times? I like the skeleton quite a lot. Like his... Oh, there's a cat up there! We'll get to that. Oh, someone's there! Oh, it's just a gold-painted human skeleton. Just that human skeleton painted gold. There's a mannequin hand waving to us from the box behind the skeleton. This place just screams hospital storage, don't you think? It screams something, that's for sure. Look, it's a folding ladder. Polly, that's called a stepladder. Come on. A stepladder? How is that different from a regular ladder then? It's a much more complex piece of machinery. It's like two ladders stuck together. So you admit that basically it's a ladder, right? Wait, huh? You have to look past the form at the essence of the thing. Can we talk about something else? Sheesh. There's something under the car there. I don't want to... Cat! Hey, kitty cat! Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. It's not coming down. We do look kind of sus, you have to admit. It's okay, kitty cat. His hair won't hurt you. It's okay, kitty cat. She won't make you disappear in her hat. Give me the meow again. That's good. Can't believe they put that. They fit that high a waveform on the DS. Such a high quality sample. The car? There's something about this car. Let's take a closer look. Enhance. That's not the part of the car I was looking at. But, well, you know. I guess that's still in the frame. Barely. Oh, it's like a phone. Okay. Thank God. Look! A cell phone. Someone dropped it beneath this tire. If the car moved, it would be crushed for sure. I wonder if it belongs to the doctor here. We should bring it to him later. Cell phone out of the car record. We've snuck into a garage and now we're stealing stuff. What's in the exhaust? That reminds me, I once read a record of a case that Mr. Wright worked on many years ago. What do you think it was? Nothing. She was like, we need to look for evidence such as panties, and there was a pink smudge underneath the car. Apparently there was this car with a piece of cloth shoved in the tailpipe. That piece of cloth turned out to be a vital clue to solving the case. Wow. I remember that case record whenever I'm checking out a car. And I always check the tailpipe. Everyone's got to have a hobby, I guess. Wouldn't it be funny if, hey, there's something in there? What? Wait a second. Are these my panties? What? Already? Wow, thank you, Apollo. You're a genius. Amazing. No, really, don't mention it. No, I'm serious. I'm really impressed. You must have a... You must have a nose for finding girls' panties. What are those? My little panties, of course. They've come home to Mama. Can't wait to use them. You're going to put them on now? Watch closely now. See? Nothing in the panties? Ta-da! Whoa, where'd that come from? How'd that ball get in your panties? My panties are an extra dimensional space. Anything can fit in there. They're my magic panties. It's one of my best tricks. Magic panties. They love them over at the Wonder Bar. I do shows there nightly. You mean those panties are a prop? You could have told me a little sooner. Trucy's panties put discreetly away in Trucy's pocket. That's only very, very slightly marginally better. I thought it was gonna be like, oh, those you thought that, I meant this, but it is dumber than that. So, thank you, Shutakumi. At least that's one case closed. What are you saying? We still have to catch the sly devil that ran off with the tool of my trade. Right. Infinite storage required. That's good. Listen, when you don't have pockets, you gotta improvise. Something tells me we're not finished searching this garage anyway. Perhaps the missing mirror? Hey, look at that. The mirror's been broken off. Now this is a clue. What? You're smiling like you know something I don't. You aren't keeping a clue from me, are you, Polly? A clue, let's see. I think I do have just the clue you've got in mind. Yeah. My clue is this. Whoa. It's the same color and size and everything. A perfect match. I guess we could check it out. 2 pieces of garbage with paint on them. Look at this. Does this go in a car? It's a side view mirror. I know, I was just there like 5 minutes ago. Well, looks like we've just solved a case. So the car that hit Daddy last night is sitting right in front of us. Yep. Wow, you put the pro in professional, Apollo. Gee, thanks, Trucy. Apollo! Huh? What is it? Now that we've solved this case, we should go report to Daddy. He'll mope if we leave him alone too long, knowing him. Okay. He doesn't seem the type to mope, though. This is hardly a case worth reporting. But away we go. Thank you, Shutakumi, I'm glaring. Thank you, but Barp said. Thank you so much for this. Wait, back to the hospital. Wrong place. The clinic. Hello. Hickfield Clinic. Huh? Mr. Wright's gone. Maybe he's gone for an examination? He'll probably be back soon. Let's wait. I think it might take some time. He always loves his examinations. Don't ask, Justice. You don't want to know. Why don't we come back later? Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, then where to? Back to the mansion, I suppose. Hey, what if I swap out for the slippers? There's a big wastebasket. You aren't going to search through the trash. I don't think we need to. Oh no, please, knock yourself out. Don't mind me, I'll be waiting over here. Just so we're clear, searching through trash isn't a hobby of mine, okay? That was it. Okay, so we can't. The slippers are actually nothing? Well. In the Japanese version, they were called sexy lingerie, and the localization team thought the joke about an underage girl's panties was inappropriate and was instead gonna name it the magic pants after some arguments with people not getting the joke going with panties. God, is that better? That is a tough localization bomb that he dropped on them. Like, sexy lingerie is bad. That's bad. That's very bad. Stealing her panties is also very bad. It's like, neither are good. I don't want to be like one's better than the other because they both are like, the joke is that it's like, wow, this is fucked up. You know? Yeah. What else am I to do? I guess I can save real quick. The lesser two, return. No. We're not done yet. Oh my God, I got this. Right, the phone. Who could have dropped it? Show me the phone. Look at this little watch strap. I want one. It's kind of odd though. What is? I mean, if you wanted to know the time, you could just look at the phone itself. Hey, you're right. Sharp, Apollo. Thanks. Finally, some respect. So what does that tell you? Well, the owner of this phone doesn't think through the details, for one. They did drop their phone after all. I kind of figured they were a little spacey already. Oh, good point. I don't know if there's any other thing to look at. Okay. It's right, spare phone. Might be. Prop for performing magic found in exhaust pipe of a car. Why can I examine these in three-dimensional detail? Why is this? Something the matter? I was just wondering if there was like a switch on these. Of course not. Mysterious. Oh? Do you want to know the secret? No thanks. Who uses magic panties in a stage show anyway? I regret. I am filled with regret. Okay. Great. I'm in hell. Alright, hey. Do you have responses to any of these things? Sorry, kid, no idea what you're talking about. What about this? Sorry, kid, no idea. Great. What about old Eldoon? Do you have any thoughts about any of this? Please don't have any thoughts about this. Okay, good. What about the phone? Okay, what obvious thing am I missing? We have this. I don't think he cares about that. We can't talk to Phoenix. Bloomers would be better. Yeah, that's because that's what they are. Well, he already had, I mean, I guess I'm making assumptions based off build games. He already had 4 options here, which is typically the max of what they would get to. How many did she have? Did you examine the bowl? I didn't. She has people park. Can I ask you a question? What? What happened in the park across the street? Oh yes, quite the commotion. Chicago lightning, as the boss would say. Chicago, huh? Gunfire. Someone was killed. Strange circumstances, too. You're kidding. What a morning. Trouble everywhere. The park, the gate, even our house. Did something happen at your house, too? A crime without honor, without remorse. It's a private matter. Want to hear about it? Somehow I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Polly. So what happened at your house? Bloomers. Last night. I got a bad feeling about this. Me, little Plum Kitaki, the victim of a panty snatcher. Case 2, am I right? What? So it wasn't just my panties that were stolen. Got you too, did they? Poor thing. Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal. It wasn't you, was it? No, of course not. Mercy. I've heard word that panties have been disappearing lately. And the missing panties all have something in common. It's hard to imagine Trucy's and Mrs. Kitaki's panties having much in common. Why is I just imagined Mrs. Kitaki's panties. Thank you, Apollo. I know, we'll find your bloomers too. Great, show me what you're made of. What have you gotten me into this time, Trucy? Well, I mean this time, this is the first time. Hello? That girl from before. Oh, welcome home, sweetie. Hello, mother. She's a Kitaki too? Miss. Here, our flyer. The Right Anything Agency? Anything Agency? Yeah, do you like the name, the new flyer? So, this is our defense attorney, Mr. Apollo Justice. Attorney? Drop by our office, we'll be waiting. You said she has a Brazil color scheme. I guess she kind of. Goodbye. I feel like they brought back Dr. Hottie just to set up the idea that he's the thief, but he's not gonna be. He's just here to be gross. Why did you give her our flyer? I don't know. She seemed like she could use some help. She's the heiress to a gangster dynasty. She doesn't need our help. I wouldn't be so sure. Okay. Come to Brazil. Let me go back to El Dune. And I don't know, but I can check the bowl. Is this yours, Mr. Eldoon? Hey, that there's the heart and soul of Eldoon's noodles. The bowl absorbs my salty soup. Pretty soon it's gonna taste just like noodles. Wow, it does smell like noodles. All my other bowls got taken away with my stand. Get it back for me, sonny boy, I'm begging you. Bowl added to court record. Oh. What do you think about this bowl? You can tell my bowl's by the Mr. Salty logo. The mascot of Eldoon's Noodles. They come to the stand, they sit, they drink deep from that bowl. And when they see the bottom, their face looks just like Mr. Salty's. Genius, no? Very high concept. You can't ply a trade if you don't love the tools. Remember that. Yes, sir. Trucy is a thing for professionals, clearly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, meh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's in there. This is what you look like after you drink all the soup. It's the Eldoon's Noodles mascot, Mr. Salty. He's so cute. It's not a very endearing mascot, is it? You know, come to think of it, it looks a lot like you, Apollo, especially the red parts. Can I help it if I like red? He's upset on that side, too. Look, I love these little personal touches. Seems a shame to hide it on the bottom of the bowl. Huh? When I touched it, the paint flaked off. He must have painted it on by hand with warm, professional care. After buying the cheapest paint he could find with cold, professional thrift. Is that a clue? That the one on the bottom flaked off? It must be, but I have no idea why. I'm a crew. I'm a what? Okay, Is he back from his examination? Okay, so we have all the evidence now. Yo, how goes it? Daddy, how do you feel? Not bad, Trucy, not bad. It's good to have you youngins on the case. Let's old Daddy-O get some well-deserved R&R. He is 33. He is literally 33. Talking to a 15-year-old and a 20-year-old being like, you youngins, you children. The elderly need their rest. Oh, I'm older than him. Don't say that. I'm 34, man. Fuck. God damn it. God. Isn't he only 33? We've cleared up most of the cases. I was right about you. Competent, capable. Join us. Tell me what you found out if you want to. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming. Progress report. Old. Well, I certainly didn't expect you back this early. Polly's amazing. He found my panties so quick. Almost like he was the one who stole them. You have an interesting concept of praise. And? Did you find the mad driver who gave me that 30-foot toss? Apparently, it was a doctor from the Maractus Clinic. Maractus, eh? I've heard of him. Nothing good, mind you. That reminds me, a police car was parked outside the clinic. Maybe something happened? What is this Maractus Clinic anyway? All I've heard are the rumors. That clinic's been making good money in a bad way. Bad? Ties to organized crime, the Kentucky family. The Kentucky family? He did that on purpose. Some injuries you can't take to a public hospital, see? They use the Maractus Clinic for their patch-up jobs. Interesting? But the park. Turning 28 next month. Happy your early birthday. It looked like something had happened in that park. A body was found there in unusual circumstances. Something more unusual than being dead. I was gonna say, it's not exactly usual for a park to just have a dead body in it. It's not our concern in any case. Right, let's ignore that and find the noodle stand. Whatever happened to professional curiosity? Thanks, really. If I get tired of sleeping, maybe I'll head down to this Maractus place. Maybe hit him up for some reparations, a little legal action would do me some good. I was wondering when I get paid? We solved the case of your accident and found a missing article of clothing. My panties. That leaves the noodle stand. Feel free to drop in if you get stuck. I'd be happy to help with anything not involving money. Goodbye, quid pro quo. Hello, pro bono. Right, back to the office to plan our next move. Okay. Right. You're the woman from the Kentucky place. Yes. I knew it. Something's the matter and you want our help, right? Well, you've come to the right place. This way, please. Thank you. My name is Alita Tiala. Alita Tiala. Every name I have to turn it over and be like, what is that? Alita Tiala? It's almost a palindrome. Alita Tiala. She's a Splatoon player? Elite Tiara? Maybe? Anyway. I have a request. Okay. But first, I'm an attorney. An attorney's badge, so you really are a defense attorney. Please, I'm counting on you. I need your help. Here's a map of the local area. I'm not sure I understand. I'm sorry. No, it's me who's sorry. Really, sorry. What about this? I'm not sure I understand. No, it's on me. Is this your phone? No? Okay. All right. Okay. Sorry. I don't know why I'm showing you these, but I'm going through the list, so how about this bowl of ramen? Okay. Cool. All right. Let's talk. What's your request? Your request? Let me guess. Something's been stolen? Your flyer. It says now defending, so I thought, she updated the flyers? You want me to defend you? Me? Maybe you can tell us what happened. Were you hit by a car? Did someone steal your stand or your panties? No. I'm not the client, actually. The client would be my fiance, I suppose you'd call him. Fiance? What happened to him then? He was arrested this morning. The charge was murder. Murder? Have you heard about what happened at the park? What's your story? So what's your story? You frequent the Kitaki Mansion, yes? Are you a member of their organization? No, not yet. Not yet? You see, I'm to be married next month to the boss's son. The boss's son, so he's a gangster. Yes, but the Kitakis are locally responsible gangsters. I thought it'd be nice for a change. Quit my boring job, live the good gangster life. I think you're onto something. Miss Kitaki, I like the sound of that. I'm not sure your daddy would much care for that. Murder in the park. What happened? I haven't been told all the details, but I do know a body was found in the park, near the Kitaki Mansion. There were a lot of police cars there. Apparently, the victim was shot with a pistol, but I hear the circumstances of the shooting were rather unusual. And your fiancé was arrested for this. What sort of person is your fiancé? But you hardly know her. Your fiancé is the Kitaki family's only son, correct? His name's Waki. Waki Kitaki. I brought a photo. Does Waki like to talkie? Well, that's quite the photo. He's a fan of the Blue Badger. Oh, he can be powerful and menacing, but so cute. But if he's the boss's only son... Nice. Hey, for the bits, I'm sure he'll take his father's place someday. Say, I'm a boss already of this agency. Please help my Waki, please. Right. My first solo defense case. Crime boss's son or not, I'll prove he's innocent. I prepared a letter of request. I know you need those. Letter of request out of the court record. All right, let's go check on the scene of the crime. Yep, that's... Let me spin it around. Oh, hello. Hey, Calvi. Welcome. Hit request. We are playing Apollo Justice. We are on case 2. And I'm juggling 3 quote-unquote cases. Hope you had a good stream. Everything's fine. I don't know what... We're maybe getting a new assignment. Why does this envelope say hit request? It's a bit of lingo, like calling a hit or a hitman. Oh, you mean gangster talk. So does hit mean to defend in gangsterese? Well, hitman? I certainly hope not. Something tells me she used the wrong envelope. Oh. But yeah, hope you had... It's Calvi's birthday. What? Happy birthday, Calvi. Now I hope twice as much you had a good stream. Hope you did. Finish our birthday weekend with Lethal Company. Oh, hell yeah. Playing the new stuff. I haven't seen any of the new stuff yet, but I've heard it's good. Okay, let's go back to the scene of the crime. The mansion. But yeah, we are defending this young woman who is engaged to the Yakuza's son, and he apparently murdered a man in the park. So this is it. My first murder crime scene. Ah, it's you kids again. Look, can't you find some other place to play? We're not playing. We're, investigating, aren't we, Apollo? Sir, I have a letter of request here. Letter of... Huh? Why does it say hit request on it? Miss Tiala must have used the Kitaki stationery. Excuse me, coming through. It's you, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin. Who's this guy? I must say I'm used to being inspected by the ladies, but this is the first time I felt this way with a man. Oh, he's coming on quite strong, isn't he? This is the second line of dialogue from him. Mr. Gavin? Ah, Fraulein, what is a sweet morsel like you doing in such a dismal place? Can I help? Is he German? Yes. The policeman officer fellow here won't let us in. We even have a letter of request. You must be exhausted. He is German. There's a trend in this game series of German prosecuting attorneys. I'm assuming he's the I'm assuming that's the guitar man. You must be exhausted standing out here. I will take you to the scene of the crime. Will you wear wigs? Really? When will you wear wigs? By your leave, officer. He was named Christoph Gavin. Is that him? Well, of course, sir. Aha, very well. This way, Fraulein. Whee! I was gonna say maybe he's like the German version of a weeaboo, but in my brain that almost came out as Germaboo, and that seems like a very different concept than German boo. So I didn't really decide to go with that right away. What about me? People Park. Oh yeah, classic designed for a police officer like we have here in America. On that note, enjoy your investigation. Thank you. Will we see you again? Ask the wind, Fraulein. I'll be riding on it. Oh, he's good. Deutsche Boo? Who was that? Eek! Apollo, look! A corpse! What? Hey, it's just a mannequin. Wow, it sure got me. Might I ask exactly what it is you're doing here? Oh, it's you. How'd you kids get in here? Have a good lurking food. Happy birthday, Calvi. This guy. Well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in. Him again. That glimmerous fop always getting in my way. Anyway, this scene is off limits. Excuse me, we have a letter of request. One moment. Why is she holding that big magnifying glass? She had to read the whole thing. I'd recognize that handwriting anywhere. Scientific analysis says this was written by Tiala Alita. Thanks. It took you 30 minutes to figure that out. So, what's up with the mannequin there? It's taking the place of the body, preserving the scene of the crime as it was found. The body was pulling the stand? So, you're a defense attorney, are you? Detective Emma Skye, I'm in charge of this crime scene. She doesn't seem that happy about it. She doesn't seem that happy about many things. I trust you know how to stay out of the way. I always carry 2 pairs of handcuffs, just in case. Charmed, I'm sure. Let me take a look around real quick. Hey there, no messing with the crime scene. We need to investigate. Apollo, look, that stand. It says Eldun. I've noticed. Well, we've solved the case of the missing stand at least. Though the circumstances could stand to be better. Hey there, no messing with the crime scene. Can I not look at any part of it? Investigations are to be carried out by professionals scientifically. She's not gonna let us check out the crime scene, is she? Hey, Apollo. My very unscientific analysis tells me something here is very sus. I think I know what you mean. It's kind of hard not to notice. I better check out what we came here to find at least. Bucket! Bucket! No messing with the crime scene. Apollo, look, that stand! It says Eldun. I know. Why is she surprised again? Is that a knife? Can I look at the knife at least? Oh my god. This is Apollo Justice. I want to investigate the bucket. Let's talk to her. I'm an attorney. If you could spare a moment to take a look at this. Can't you see that I'm extremely, extremely busy? Eating snacks, yes. Ooh, what she got? Oh. Busy eating snacks, I'd say. This is going nowhere fast. We should get like a bag of nuts or something. Munching. Yep. Busy. Snacks. Snacks can be scientific. We'll buy this. Don't care about that. Is this your phone? Is this your phone? Is that your phone? Nope. I'm showing you this for some reason. She doesn't care. And then bowl. Didn't care about the bowl. All right, great. The case. Detective Sky, quiet please. It's snack time. Get that nice ASMR. Yeah, that's pretty good. We're not making much progress here. She must not be very busy. I never seem to get a lucky break. Back after 9 years and they won't leave me the position I requested. And then I hear he gave up the defense attorney life. He? Who's he? An ex-defense attorney? What's your story? Detective Sky, quiet please. Snack time. We're not making much progress here. He? I'm assuming this is also gonna result in munch time. Yep. Eating like a Minecraft character. Alright. If only I could present people. I could present Nick and be like, there he is. But instead, what was I sent here to do? I found the cart. I guess I could go talk to Eldoon. Just seems like there should be something else I can do before I leave. Something here is sus. It's hard not to notice. I better check out what we came here to find. Didn't I just come here to... I guess, is it just because... Thank you for gifting a sub to Munch. There's one more thing? Okay. Maybe it's the sign? Because I was thinking we locked in that it says Eldoon, so we could go back to him and be like, hey, we know where your cart is. But what else have I not looked at that I can? Is it the tarp? It is surrounded by tarp. Okay. Is it the wheel? It's annoying that I can't just poke at it. It's just yelling. Did I look at the lantern? The salt on the top? I know it says Eldoon. Salt? God damn. Okay, I don't know. Can't check it yet. Yeah, okay, fair. I'm leaving. Goodbye. She left. Eldoon's house. Oh, Mr. Eldoon. Hello. Looks like he left. And we found his stand and everything. What about our free bowl? Not too bad. Looks like we'll have to wait a little longer for that bowl. So sorry. What a bummer. Darn it. Then maybe, is there anyone in here hanging out with the skeleton? No. Maybe, maybe Phoenix knows something? Back to here and then back to the clinic. Hope the skeleton's a witness. I want to call a skeleton prop to the stand real bad. Ah, you're back. Run into some problems? Oh, Polly, didn't you want to tell Daddy something? Who, me? No, I'm fine, really. What's this? So there is a problem? No, no problem. Actually, I got a defense request. Defense request? That is a problem. Huh? I've given up the court. I'm not a lawyer anymore. The request was for me. Oh, right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's doing that on purpose, I know it. Murder! So what about this defense request? It's related to the murder in People Park, actually. Guess what? We found Mr. Eldoon's noodle stand at the scene of the crime. Did you now? That's unusual indeed. Never heard of a noodle stand being used as a murder weapon. I think the murder weapon was something else. You mean you don't know what the murder weapon was? That funny detective lady won't let us on the scene. What kind of detective wears a lab coat anyway? A lab coat? Didn't think she'd be involved with this. You know her? You could say that. So you know her, don't you? I met her on a case. This was about 10 years ago. She was still a high school student at the time. Gotta make her about the same age as me. That's my daddy. He knows all the police types. Oh, wait. Maybe you know that other guy, too. That other guy? That shining prince on the motorcycle. Prince? Apollo, tell me about this Prince of Truces. Indulge a concerned father. He was at the crime scene. He looked just like Mr. Gavin. Did he now? You know him? My guess is he's Christoph Gavin's younger brother. His brother? We're acquaintances after a fashion. Clavier Gavin. Clavier Gavin. Rock and roll god incarnate. Clavier. What a lovely name. He's so dreamy. There he is. VOD watchers, it's a Beat the TV mode where he's jamming on his guitar. Hopefully it works next time. I didn't know Mr. Gavin had a brother. Clavier. Like a piano, and he plays the guitar. Perfect. And what was he doing out there? Well, you're saying clavier. It's German for piano. Wait, so is it clavier or is it clavier? I'll look it up later. I have a feeling you'll be crossing paths again soon. Gavin. I thought it was Gavin. Now, what was the problem again? Having trouble investigating the crime scene in the park? Yeah, the detective woman won't let us. Go to the office. Under the silk top hat, you'll find a bottle of white powder. Try taking that to this detective. White powder? Hope it's not what I think it is. Kiluvarior. Calviberry on a horse. Oh, just take it to her. It'll be fine. You'll see. And tell her I said, hi. I said, hey. Back to the agency. Write anything. Under the hat. Was he hiding stuff? This must be the silk top hat Mr. Wright mentioned. Let's take a closer look. Whoa. You know what this is, Trucy? I remember finding some in Daddy's dresser when I was little. I thought it was sugar, so I licked it. He got mad at me. This is getting more and more sus. White powder placed gingerly into bucket. Let's go talk to that detective. She's sure to know what the white powder is. What does this smell like? Boop-a-boop-boop-boop-boop. Shoo-ba-doop-boop-boop-boop. Boop-a-doop-boop-boop-boop. The bottle has a label on it. Can you read it? Not a word. I'm not sure I speak whatever language this is written in. That's too bad. I guess we're stuck with this mysterious bottle of white powder. He doesn't know how to read. Good. Check this out. Does this ring any bells? Is that we're getting arrested? Police! It couldn't! Where'd you get that? I brought it from the office. You work at the Wright & Co. law offices, yes? Yeah, sort of. Detective Sky, how do you know my daddy? Daddy? I'm sorry, who did you say you were? Welcome back, Trucy Wright, Phoenix Wright's daughter. What? He has a daughter? You seem shocked. Well, if you're Mr. Wright's daughter and you're his apprentice, then I'm available to help you in any way I can. He says hey, by the way. You can start by not calling me Mr. Wright's apprentice. This powder is used for detecting fingerprints. Fingerprints? I guess you might call it a memento from the time I spent with Mr. Wright. White powder memories. If you find any evidence with fingerprints on it, please let me know. We'll dust for prints. Well, she's quite the eager beaver all of a sudden. Now I can poke around. He's Phoenix's Luke, kind of. This mannequin is dressed up to look like a police officer. I've seen one at the station. A mannequin in place of a body. The body of the victim has already been removed. Do you think the victim was the noodle stand thief? Or you think someone killed him because he stole it? Yeah, taking care of business, little Plum Kitaki style. Try not to sound too eager about that, please. Phoenix doesn't want Apollo to have any cash for furniture, because he might move Charlie. You can't have that. It's a knife. A shiv, to be precise. Ooh, lingo. The defendant, Waki Kataki, is the son of known gangsters. The police are assuming this belongs to him. Wasn't the murder weapon a pistol? Look at this. There's a handprint on this shiv. A handprint? Then there might be a fingerprint. Let's investigate. Right. First, choose the fingerprint you want to examine. Choose a fingerprint. Look closely at the handle. See, there's more than one fingerprint there. Those black spots? That's right. Pick the one you want to analyze. That one. Right, let's get detecting. Wow, she's practically glowing with excitement. First, sprinkle some aluminum powder over the print. Just touch the screen like this, see? Hey, stop it. The oil left by the print absorbs the aluminum powder, so you just dust it on and blow it off. Blow? It's like whistling. You know how to whistle, don't you? Just put your lips together. Wow, amazing! It's like magic! Trucy does not know what wind is. Isn't it though? Alright, let's give it a shot. Incidentally, it's important that you cover the entire fingerprint with the powder. Pow, 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 pow. Pow, 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 pow. Just a light dusting. Me at the restaurant when the waiter goes, tell me when that's enough Parmesan on your pasta. And I'm like, keep going. Keep going. I can still see noodles underneath there. More. Keep going. There you go. A little more. Little more. Little more. Fooey. Foo, foo, foo. Good. Clear. Quite impressive. Next, to match the print. The police officer samples so you can tell whose fingerprint this belongs to. That doesn't sound like as much fun as actually finding the print. Okay, pick the person whose print you think this is. You probably have a good idea whose knife this is already. Probably Palomir Attackus. Probably Clavier. Little Plum Kataki. Oh, that's a pretty good match right there. Well, that's some spiraling. Truce, did you do it? Guy, he probably did it. Emma's there too. Alright. Where's Waki? Compare. Would you like some noodles with your cheese? Oh, I'm good. I'll just have cheese. Thank you, though. I'll say yes. What Evie said. So the fingerprints do belong to the defendant. Isn't it amazing? Oh, the power of science. It's my life. Apollo, she's sparkling. And I'm dimming. Look, sharp, spirits up. The real fight is yet to come. Chin up, Polly. The trial hasn't even started. I'm already losing. Knife added to court record. What's over there? There's gotta be a good clue or two around here. You and your trash cans, go ahead and knock yourself out. Please, can't you see I'm doing my... Huh? Look, another pair of underwear. Wow, Apollo, you're a genius at finding panties. Stop saying that. Wait, these aren't... They're not mine. Could these have been stolen too? Bloomers added to court record. Just when I think I'm having fun, they strike me down. And this is Mr. Eldoon's noodle stand, obviously. It does say Eldoon in big letters, doesn't it? And that mark in his paper lantern there looks familiar. It's gonna be a little weird telling him, well, with the corpse and all. Anyway, that wraps up 3 of our cases. That's right, congratulations, Apollo. And leaves us with one case that's worse than all 3 put together. Murder. Murder. Alright. I don't know if anything else needs to be looked at specifically. Blue tarps have been placed on the ground around the stand. Apollo, I bet the victim was going to have a picnic here. I guess he could have eaten all the noodles he wanted. Don't touch those. Those are preserving the crime scene. Guess the police put those tarps here after all. Do I need to... Is there more to talk about? We can talk about everything now. The report came in late last night. The body was found much as you see it now, except it was a real body. But why? Why was a body pulling a noodle stand? If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't still be here. And what was the cause of death? A bullet wound to the temple. He was shot by a pistol. A pistol? Not the easiest thing to come by in this day and age, unless you're a cop or a gangster. Incidentally, the victim's name was Pal Maractus. He was the victim? He was the... I don't even have his profile yet. Oh, well. I just received the autopsy report, in fact. Maractus says autopsy report on a court record. I mean, really, what's up with this case? Time of death, June 14th, after 10 p.m., cause of death, single bullet to right temple. Weird. Between 10:15 and 10:45, damage to brain, inch point, right temple. Huh. Hasn't been updated yet, so that's good. It's enough to make me want to run off, pulling a mysterious noodle stand behind me. Not so mysterious, actually. We should tell her, Apollo. After all, we know where the stand came from. A likely story. I didn't come here to play games, you know. Actually, we do know where the noodle stand came from. The noodle stand's owner is... It's you. You forgot you own a noodle stand. Look, I have better things to be doing. I'd make more progress eating snacks than listening to this drivel. You try actually investigating rather than just standing around. A pistol. The owner is... him. Who's the old guy? This is the proprietor of Eldoon's Noodles, Mr. Eldoon himself. He's famous in this part of town. Not bad. I guess Mr. Wright picked the right kids for the job. That saved me a lot of work. Thanks. Noodle stand added to court record. What sort of person was the victim, anyway? You mean, what did he do? He was a doctor. A doctor? Starting to see a connection here. What's your story? Who, me? I'm just the supervisor for this crime scene. Detective Sky, I was out of the country for a while. I came back to be a forensic scientist. Ooh, were you studying abroad? Something like that. I was studying in Europe. All of Europe? Forensic sciences, mind you. But when I got back here, they threw me in criminal affairs just like that. Why don't you just become a forensics expert in Europe? Well, I suppose that was an option, but I had a lot of favors to repay to people back here. Favors? Wasn't she in high school when she left? What? What's that look for? I was involved in an incident before I left. But Mr. Wright and his people helped me out. I owed them. Really? I had no idea. If she's been out of the country for a while, she probably doesn't know about Mr. Wright's current state of affairs. Let's not tell her. Could you tell us a bit about the defendant? He's the only son of the Kataki family, yes? Waki Kataki. I don't know if he is the boss's son, but he's certainly throwing his weight around. Violently, in the detention center. I see. Why was he arrested in the first place? You are a defense attorney, aren't you? You're not his, by any chance. Actually, yes, I am. Well, we have a witness to the moment of the crime. The witness called the police. They'll be testifying during the trial tomorrow. What? The victim. Did Phoenix just never speak to her again? She was in Europe. You can't talk to someone in Europe. Could you tell us a bit more about the victim? Well, let's see. Apparently, he's the physician at a clinic in the area. Quite well off, too, from the sound of it. The clinic's name is the Maractus Clinic. Maybe that's why the cop car was parked there. What, you've been to the clinic? Yeah, though on a related issue. I told the detective about the case of the stolen noodle stand. Good. I see. So that means Dr. Maractus stole the stand and pulled it all the way here. That would seem to be the case. But why? Don't ask me. So, have you met the defendant? No. Visiting hours are almost over at the detention center. You might think about wrapping up here and heading over. Good idea. I don't know what good it'll do. We have a witness and a knife with prints. Have I mentioned I've got a bad feeling about this? Don't worry, it's like a right tradition. Some traditions I can live without. Goodbye. See you later. I do need to... Ah, shit, she's still gone. I guess we'll just hold on to the bloomers for now, then. Yeah, can we get there from here? Why is this game... Oh boy, the detention center. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh yeah! Oh man, it looks great! I'm sorry, meeting hours for the day are all done. But we still have 3 minutes! I'll put in your request, but don't expect anything. The father's talking in the private room with him. The father? You mean like a priest? I mean the suspect's father, Mr. Winfred Big Wins Kitaki himself. Not someone I care to meet. Die, you! You're the one on your way out, old... Ah, they're here. Why does he look like Marlon Brando? Well, this guy radiates power. I know why, but this guy radiates power. Power with a cute apron. You Walkie's lawyer? Yes, sir. Well, I'm Big Wins Kitaki. He's Marlon Mando. He's the Mandalorian? Your fourth head of the Kitaki family. Capiche? Yeah, we're a bunch of gangsters, eh? Everything about us is Italian, capiche? My wife was wearing a kimono. Our family mascot is a fox. A gabagool. Actually, I came to speak to your son. Mr. Justice. Yes? My son's innocent. He killed no one. If he were found guilty, it wouldn't be good for business. Capiche? Yes, I'm all about capiching. Capiche loud and clear. You gotta do more than just understand to make it. You'll learn though, even if the lesson comes at the end of your short life. I don't feel so good. What's the big idea, old man? You can't treat me like a kid no more, not now. What is his entire deal? Is he part fox and he has like fox ears and like whisker marks? You know, I want to go to the clink. I like it here. You must be Walkie. A G's not a G till he does hard time. Bizoy? He's Italian, don't be insensitive. I apologize. You will see when I get out of here, things will change. Silence. It's really fun how many sprites of animation, random characters. I mean, not he's our client, but like compared to the Game Boy Advance games that I played on the DS, they had a lot more space to work with, and it shows. My apologies, Mr. Justice. He's usually such a nice boy. Forgive me if I have a hard time believing that. Ha! You can't take me under your wing this time, old man. You heard me? I don't need no trial. I did it. I think that's enough for today, Mr. Justice. Don't let me down tomorrow. Mr. Kitaki is the Kiryu of the Kitaki family. I don't know if he's the Kiryu. So much for talking to our client. We made so much progress today. We even found my panties. I had fun at least. I hate everything. Shutakumi, what if someone entered the stream at this very moment? What then? What am I to do? Of course, the biggest mystery of all remains. How am I supposed to build a case for the trial? Oh, almost forgot it's time for my show. Tonight I'm performing at the Wonder Bar. You should come check it out. Tough luck. Oh my god. To be continued. Hooray. And that is, I guess, where we'll leave it till next time. Ugh. Buh. Gah. Buh. Jesus. Well, you know. Did I expect to feel this way emotionally at the end of today? Yes. Am I glad I feel this way? Sure. Hit me with some of the, there you go. Case 3, am I right? Nick, it's only case, Paulo, it's only case 2. Anyway. I'm gonna get caught up on alerts. And I'm gonna kick y'all out of here. Thanks for joining, though. Hope you enjoyed the beginning of this game. There are a couple things I missed. 1 or 2. Oh, Jesus, I am scrolling. Little Lights, thanks for 50 bits. Nuclear Suns, thanks for soup. Eat your soup, Apollo. Rainy Mountains, thanks for 10 bits. Want to say I'm really sorry for the spoils taking a toll on accident. No worries. Nothing that has been mentioned so far am I like mad about or anything. Y'all are fine. I appreciate the consideration. See the Idiot, thanks for 10 bits. The other reason his hair is long only on the one side is that his own body hates him so much it refuses to not be bald. Yes. Apricot, thanks for 44 months. Senry Dragon, thanks for 28. Oblivion Tiger gifted subs to Pyrocatheter. What a name. Pedrito KY, BM Spoons, Cascade Compiler, Tin Snow 1, Raptor Rush 44, I'm the Wise Janitor, End Uri, Monochi, and Suigon. And thank you also for the sub, Oblivion Tiger. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Chat being good. Chat good. Sotomo, thanks for the bits. Don't know if it was brought up before. In the original DS version, all the characters had their own original sprite work done. Old characters like the Judge were imported from the previous game, so their sprites were super crunchy. I'm gonna have to look up some footage of that, because that sounds fun. Winger, thanks for the raid. Joshua Caleb, thanks for 41 months. Anonymous gifted Mubot, a resub. Cafe Knight, thanks for 73 months in a tier 2. I love court dramas. This is peak. Smash, thanks for 100 bits. I forgot how incredible the graphics are for this game. You know, the original trilogy was made for GBA, imported to DS. Even still, amazing to see how good the graphical improvement is, especially on this display. You all right? I'm really enjoying it, and I don't know how much of it, because, like, yeah, people mentioned that the Judge was the old sprite work in the original DS. It should be Paul Corner. Yeah, I hear you. But yeah, anyway, it's fine. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know what all is different with this 3DS version compared to the DS version, but whatever it is good. I'm enjoying it. Yeah, no, and it's just the quality of the. I really like the Game Boy Advance / DS sprites, but yeah, this is a very nice step up. It's a really nice middle ground where it's still hand-drawn pixel art. It's not 3D models yet. I like what I've seen of the 3D models in the other Ace Attorney games and stuff, but this is just really good. It's nice. Basilisk, thanks for 9 months. I have no idea the events of this game. I'm looking forward to the brain rot. Welcome. Join us here. Oxy B, thanks for 20 months. Apollo Justice, another way of saying a chicken justice. Pollo. Smash, thanks for 96 bits. Pleased to meet you. My name is I'm a Bad Guy. Definitely not a serial killer wanted in 13 states. Right this way, sir. Venus Mars, thanks for the $1 redo. Reprogram, thanks for 62 months. Holy hell, Astra. Thank you for 6 years. I'll get to that in an hour. Reprogram, thanks for 62 months. Objection, resub jump scare. TFQO, thanks for 5 years. I'm fine with Diddy Kong Racing. It's been 5 years. 5 years. 5 sounds like hive. Hive bees live in hives. It was the bees. Thank you for the bees. Thanks for 5 years. Argento Natsu, thanks for 34 bits. Eat your borscht, Apollo. Flutter Ninja sucks, thanks for 56 months. This game is probably my favorite first case in the series. Hope you enjoy. Thank you. Pixel Genji, thanks for 100 bits. The borscht is cold and the cards are hot. The vulture waits to see what rots. Oh, how pretty, all the scenery. This is nature's sacrifice. Thank you. Invisible Hammer, thanks for 7 months. Is that 7 months? It sure is. Happy Sunday. Thank you. Voxification, thanks for 5.5 years. Execute subscription 66. Thank you. Enjoy your kiwi. Arcade Bubbles, thanks for a soup. I want borscht now. I got borscht confused with goulash. Screw borscht. I don't think I've ever had borscht, but I think there was an episode of Rugrats that consisted largely about borscht. It made borscht seem horrendous and made me never want to experience borscht. Was that Christoph Downer? I don't know. Mixed feelings, but overall still very solid. It's so far, it's something. Dilithium Dragon, thanks for gifting a sub to Evie Curry for their 8th month. Locked Heart, thanks for 15 months. I got here late, don't know who any of these people are, but I'm still hype. I assure you that being confused is intended, regardless of where you hop onto this train. Eltheon, thanks for 62 months. Jokers are usually in the deck because they used to be required to play euchre, which was America's national card game at the time. Traveling in a Box, thanks for 69 bits. According to the internet, the Four Seasons thing is an urban myth. Some historians think the suits came from the 4 classes of medieval society. But then that'd be weird that the suits are that, but when each suit has like a king and a queen, that seems more class-based than the suits. I mean, I don't know. That's interesting though. Miss Chia, thanks for 13 months. We Raven in here. We're jamming. Toby Hunter, thanks for 6 months. Garbage Nirvana, thanks for 96 bits. What the victim didn't know is that Phoenix had a Joker that gave him ×2 molt on full houses. He got enough planet cards to build the hand up to level 10. Jasmine Jester, thanks for 100 bits. I am beginning to believe I am an Ace Attorney character. My surname is Law. I'm studying to be a lawyer, and I do have the potential, and absolutely will for the bit, to become a judge. It will be justice law. I believe in you. I want it to happen. I'm a computer. Thanks for 56 months. That's like 2 years or something. Apparently. The Super Thingamabob, thanks for 94 bits. This was actually my first Ace Attorney game, and all the Phoenix stuff was very confusing. I feel like they're so far doing a good job of explaining stuff like Emma Skye. I mean, like, oh yeah, she's from an old case. Like, you don't need to have seen that case. If you have played it, then you're like, oh, white powder, that's the fingerprinting dust. Like, I get it. But so far, I don't feel like there's been anything where I'm like, that would be extremely confusing if you've never played one before. But anyway, thank you. Snowbeal, thanks for 62 months. This badge suppressed the badge suppressed his IQ. We're in danger now. That's why Phoenix got, he's like on it. It's the badge. Mushy, thanks for 2 months. Can't stay because spoilers. Here to resubscribe. Enjoy the homeless man. We're having a great time. Hope you enjoy the game when you get to it. Mouse, thanks for 100 bits. Here's the thing about Ace Attorney. Apollo has his time to shine here, but he actually gets more to do in both Dual Destinies and especially Spirit of Justice. I really do encourage you to play them eventually. We will see. I'm not ruling it out, but playing it by ear. Main Critic, thanks for 13 months. Thank you, Phoenix's daughter, for celebrating Ace Visibility Day. Secret Agent 9, thanks for 4 months. Popping to say, glad you're playing more Ace Attorney. Your other Ace streams have been amazing. Now to run before I spoil myself. Hope you enjoy when you get to it. Thank you. Palace, thanks for 39 months. Apollo coming in with the gift of prophecy. Ying in the ball. Argento Natsu, thanks for a soup. My favorite bit is that Nick is grasping most of the time in his trilogy, and now that he's hobo, suddenly he has all the brain cells. I believe that it was the badge holding him back. Smash my thanks for the spooky skeleton bits. Christoph Gavin is scary. Alpacostas, thanks for 26 months. 26 months. Hoboversary. Smash thanks for 10 bits. The bit about the forged evidence still upsets me. I can't really explain why right now. Hopefully by the end of the game it'll be easier to accept, but if not, I'll rant more about it then. See you then. Mr. Max M, thanks for the hammy. So the story goes, Shoots Can Be Wanted, totally new cast. Right, I dig into that. Thank you again for the hammy. Makosu, thank you also for the 100 bits, talking about his plans originally for the series. Mr. Darkflame, thanks for 100 bits. And talking about Herlock Sholmes, yep. Immersion Diversion, thanks for the raid. Smash, thanks for 96 bits. How do you change his name to Hickfield? Basically confirmed he's just a patient pretending to be a doctor in case that wasn't obvious. Oh yeah, they went into all that in the previous game too. And the fact that he's still working or even in a clinic this many years later is baffling. And also thank you for the bits. You know, Maya loves burgers. I made Phoenix get them burgers all the time. In the Japanese version, Maya loved ramen. They get ramen from this guy's father's stand. Kind of lost in translation here thanks to the localization team insisting on Americanifying everything. So not only, I mean, I assume that they weren't getting burgers in the original game, but they were actually referencing El Dune? Like in some more deliberate ways. I mean, like, this is the guy I always wanted to get ramen from. Or I guess just in terms at least of like, there's a guy with a ramen cart near our offices that we get all the time. So, yeah. Will I stay on DS? So I have, if I continue playing the Apollo games, I have all 3 of these on the DS. So that's why I would stick to unless there's a good reason to not. I bought them on sale right before the eShop closed. For any other games, like Great Ace Attorney or any others in the series, if I check them out, I do not already own them, so I'll have to figure that out. So if there is a best way to play them, let me know. Smash thanks for 96 bits. Phoenix and his assailants would go to the ramen stand all the time. Strange that he's still alive. Well, it's his son? He only just recently started up after his dad? So yeah. When Guy Aldun said him and his assistant, he was talking about Phoenix and Maya going to the ramen stand. Sorry, the chair's distracting. Kept you from picking up on that. Thank you for the bits. Sir Rast, thanks for 42 months. Enjoy your Doki. And Smash thanks for 69 bits. Gangster, that's an interesting word for Yakuza. Then again, maybe they aren't Yakuza. Not enough karaoke in real estate. Where is Nugget? Calvi, thanks for the raid. Happy birthday again. Skyfire, thanks for 2 years. When do we find a clock? You know, I was gonna say there hasn't been a clock, but there is a clock right here. So technically, we do have a clock. Right there. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it comes into play. But the clock has stopped, but I don't know if that's a graphics thing or an important thing. We'll find out. Smash thanks for 83 bits. It is nice that Em actually did become a detective eventually. Hopefully Lana's doing well after all that. Hopefully. So Tomolo gifted us up to Munch. KBY07, thanks for 6 months. Enjoy your golden key. Skyward Lee gifted us up to Plastic Comic. RSFL, thanks for 25 months. Maya Spin. And Asher the Fawn, thanks for 6 years in a tier 2. Enjoy your ice ski. That's almost a year, I think. I'm bad at math. It's okay. You don't need math, unlike they tell you in school. The only time you need math is if you're a defense lawyer in court and you have to add up the number of chips in a game of poker. Other than that, kind of never comes up, from my experience. Rarely need to do math, like frequently dividing things by 6 to figure out multiples of 6 to see how many months someone's been subscribed. Thank you all for hanging. I'm gonna go find somebody to raid. This literally has beer in it. Anyway, thanks for hanging, everybody. Let's go raid Whittle. Was doing some Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 14? They made 14 of those? That doesn't seem right. His description says unlocking all the Stormblood extremes. I don't know what that means. For the 14 players, maybe you know what that means, but I hope you enjoy the raid. Go through a Will of Follow if you like the vibes. Guess it wasn't that final then. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging. Hope you good. Semi-hard battle. Only semi? Okay. Yeah, thanks. I don't know if we have a raid message, but thanks for hanging. This was a lot of fun. It is the first stream of this game, and we've already experienced some amazing highs and some brutal lows. We're off to a great start. Shutakumi was here, and I guess he was cooking. So yeah, thanks. Hope to see you next time. The fuck is this song? It's Diddy Kong Racing. There's just a bunch of different versions in the lobby, apparently. TT's theme. Here you go. Ray Mess Panties? Absolutely not. Vetoed. I don't know what I don't know. FF4? Is there an FF? I know that's not what you meant, but is there an FF4 copy pasta? Go play Final Fantasy 4. Available on the... the raid's going. Get out of here. Free trial moment. Yeah, I don't know. They'll figure it out. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. I hope you've enjoyed this little morsel of Apollo justice. Maybe see you in the next part, because we're going to court, and it's gonna be fine, and I'm not gonna get mad at everything that happens. So, maybe see you then. Goodbye. 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 Nah.